944. Your status.
They're gonna march you into a dead end.
14.
1838.
The unit made that location earlier as well as the installation.
Okay.
$1741, are you clear from that disturbance there? 1741.
What are you?
CC71, go ahead.
Yes, sir. He was trying to call. I'm not sure if he's coming through or had a radio issue, but he's clear off of that one, ADD. He's actually now going to be on another investigation. Same location, 360 Michigan.
All right, thanks a lot.
Nine four. Have you made your tour and stay yet, ma'am? To the nature change to create an area. Are you busy on your tour and stay, ma'am? You make it after.
Downtown Denver. I'm Landon Hoff at Denver 7. Want to apologize again for any vulgar language you might hear. Just a reminder, these are raw and unedited live feeds from inside the action there. Switch to the aerial feed there.
Right.
You're getting live images from Air Tracker 7.
Gonna be a black neon, no license plate.
On the ground, as you saw there before we switched to the shot. Also, Haythorne getting ready for a TV hit here in Denver 7 Music 4. But these are live images again. What we've heard is a peaceful protest. We just heard from Denver police a moment ago. We're not aware of any arrests made today. So again, we want to reiterate, this has been nothing like the scene we saw last night when protests turned violent on the streets of downtown Denver. 13 people were arrested last night. Gunshots were fired, and we even saw one protester nearly get run over by a vehicle in the middle of the street. So this is the second demonstration today on the second day of demonstrations in Denver. There was a noon-hour protest that lasted about 2 hours, went from the steps of the Capitol over to 16th Street Mall throughout downtown, back to the Capitol and then into Civic Center Park, where they held a brief rally led by Denver School Board Director Tay Anderson. Tay Anderson is back with his second group of protesters. First noon-hour protest.
And we don't see any cars that's been hit.
Use caution there. Right now, there's no callback on this ticket at all.
Yeah, it might be in the fall. You see one of the traffic cars out here on 83rd right now.
So, again, thank you for watching.
All right, go ahead and leave the area then. I'm going to take you off the ticket.
On the streaming app. Catching us on Facebook.
1842.
If you are on our social channels, just a reminder, Denver 7 is always on your favorite streaming device. If you have an Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire,
90305 /40305.
Streaming. We're streaming this coverage there as well. If you want to watch it on your TV. If you're already catching us on the streaming app, thank you so much for watching. And a reminder that we simulcast all of our newscasts. So Denver 7 News at 4 is on right now with Jessica Porter. And in about 15 minutes, Shannon will take over with Denver 7 News at 5 for continuing coverage of George Floyd protests in Denver. Earlier today, these and any other news across the Denver metro. So be sure to check us out there. Again, thank you so much for watching. Apologies for the geometry right here. Again, these are raw, unedited feeds from the middle of protest crowds that, while they have been peaceful throughout the day.
001, are you all clear NAR?
Apologies for
I
that.
got like 4 of them on the board.
Just wanted to experience the protest in full. I'll keep checking in periodically here on the streaming app or on the social channels. Then I'm Ryan Hoff. Appreciate you watching.
It's just a large crowd going down Cass and Martin Luther King protesters going southbound for officer safety.
Officer safety, large crowd growing near Cass and Martin Luther King. That's Cass and Martin Luther King, officer safety.
To a season made 2658 West Philadelphia, 2658 West Philadelphia, one down.
He probably not even on his radio channel. You can show his head in that way.
Two got you around 1845.
231 and up. Easy. 10-7, how's that run count look?
You guys are clear in 10, sir.
Yeah, looks good, thank you.
Thank you, 1845. 10-5, go.
This is a request code.
Show you your code, 1846.
Go ahead.
The show's checking the interior of the run location.
Radio to 82, head over to 20009 Graydale. Disturbance. It's going to be a landlord-tenant dispute. Mail caller said landlord does have a weapon.
My most responsibility to the state of Minnesota is the safety and security of all citizens. We cannot have the looting and the recklessness that went on.
How you are? Hey, firm. 1847.
that the perp threatened her on Facebook.
Four police officers who should have acted much differently in Minnesota. All right, y'all, guess what? We made it here, motherfucker. No, I'm happy that you're here today. Because people need to be
Copy.
voices need to be heard. I don't know yet, but I'm trying to figure it out. But I've directed my people to make sure that you something that she needs to be. We're no different.
148 Garashes. They're fake guns. They're just making a music video. That's what I'm talking about.
That's 19215 Lamont. Priority 1 shots fired.
Yeah, we called. Man, we circled the area. We can't find a lady down here. Hopefully, they look for the description.
Good copy, 1849.
One shot fired. 19215 Lamont. It's 19215 Lamont.
Radio to 8484, head over to 20121 West McNichols for a disturbance. Got an intoxicated male laying in the parking lot, blocking traffic.
Set the purpose now in front of the location over there. Use caution over there a little bit. Use caution.
Somebody's going to get hurt, man. Somebody's going to get ran over. Let this man go fast. I'm sorry, y'all. What the?
Pretty. Sir, got you in and secure.
Reportedly in front of the location.
Radio.
1253 go.
Yeah, you can show me rock number 11 with evidence.
1852.
83 for a status check. 883.
Perp left northbound in a red Impala. Armed with a knife.
Okay, 1853.
Yeah, 12-3. From your assistance to make Western Nichols and third. Western Nichols third, auto accident, unknown injury.
14, short for us.
1853. Have 16516 Schaefer Highway. 16516 Schaefer. Due to report.
Okay, back, sir.
1854.
Okay, 1854. Ten two.
Jackie, are you
1855. 10-4. 9600 Livernois Avenue, 9600 Livernois, Exxon gas station disturbance.
Show us on Excellent Visker. Investigating one, possibly in conjunction with 441.
be here all night?
4. 8-4. Show us around. Copy. And Edson Visker, let him know he's going to be our perp and he's good for 9300. Okay, we'll be down in a minute.
Report number.
Your last four is 0311. 0311.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Last 4 report number, please.
Not a problem, 18 for Jerry. Radio to 9-1, need to pull you from your stolen safe for priority missing serious. 611-326 McKinney. Got a 35-year-old male diagnosed with autism missing. For auto accident injuries. Gonna be right at the lodge, 3-3. I got you around 1859. Stand by, 3-3. 3-3, be advised, you still need to send one of our scouts to that area.
Hey, I just want to tell that pussy hoe Donald Trump, fuck him. And I said it.
Black Lives Matter, that's why we're here.
1859.
Officer safety, be advised, we have a group coming towards Greektown. We have a group, large group coming towards Greektown, block protesters. Seen going north on Woodward from Griswold, north on Woodward from Griswold. One got on route 96, go ahead.
Yeah, we got a regular angle headed westbound on 7 Mile. High rate of speed, driving high rate. We gotta let him go. Trying to do a traffic stop.
I can play Charles, Nora Hill, 2193, took off from us. High rate of speed.
That was southbound on Grassley from 7 Mile.
Confirm. Traveling high rate of speed, wrong way.
That's a copy, sir. Officer safety, southbound Grassley from 7 Mile. We got a gray Durango, Charles, Nora Henry, 2193, traveling at a high rate of speed again for officer safety. Vehicle took off from a traffic stop with 96. Again, that's going to be a Dodge Durango, gray in color. Last seen heading southbound Grassley from 7 Mile, Charles, Nora Henry, 2193, traveling at a high rate of speed. $883. Glanville, 18,486, Glanville, domestic, FA. Female caller says the husband assaulted her with a gun. Use care.
License plate EE78417, occupied 2 times.
As I watched the video, like millions of people across this country, it was highly disturbing. What I saw, his death was avoidable.
Thank you very much, my location. It's a highly complicated meal. hands is down, both on the side of the building, and he's going in and out.
Fortune.
It was not justified. He excused it. And the failure of the other officers, police officers who were right there, the failure to intervene, that too was inexcusable. And from my vantage point, they became enablers. Whether it's applying their need to
Sis, can you head back up to St. John's for our GSW report? Got a male who was shot in the right leg.
That video was simply very painful to watch. There is a lot of pain. There's a lot of hurt, emotions, frustrations, not just for
12-6, what's your status? 12-7, go.
Hold the reason on paper times 2.
1904.
11-3 is status, 11-3.
Evident and quite understandable. Today in our city, like in
You understand?
People protested, come together. They have assembled.
Cars in 12. Cars in 10. I have 4521 Oregon. 4521 Oregon Street. It's going to be a disturbance.
They have a right to protest. And I understand.
Yes, ma'am. From your instance, I need you to head up to St. John's for a GSW report. Got a male who was shot in the right leg. Eliza, he's a PI at that location. Yeah, 4-4. Thank you. Gonna link the ticket.
I understand the frustrations, and I understand people seem to believe that the system is not moving fast enough.
You got location for that CSW at the hospital?
I understand that. And so what I would ask people in our city, Houston, people in our city, that as you...
Information at this time, I do have a patient name and date of birth.
Please do so.
Okay, I was wondering if they told where you got shot at.
In the right leg. They said it happened at a bus stop, unknown of the location. Earlier, we did have a run in 9 come in that a male was shooting at a D-Dot bus. However, the coach number was not given, and when 939 and TAC, a TC unit went to the location, there was nothing there.
Fortune, appreciate it.
9125, you were calling radio?
Yeah, I was asking the same question as that last year. Just trying to figure out if we have a location yet. Thank you.
Not a problem.
9-8. We're pulling back up on 9-7 with the 2 missing.
Thank you, 9-8. That's a good copy, sir.
If you live in West Bend or Spring Branch,
Clear.
or in Midtown, in Fort Bend, wherever you live in this city, we value you, and we recognize in this state that there are many communities and neighborhoods.
I was putting us on the line for 8-4. We're over here helping them out.
Decades, not just in the past few years, but for decades. And that's why in my administration, our eyes are focused on these communities that are underserved and under-resourced. To say to the people in these communities, in these neighborhoods, in the hood, that we see you and we choose not to
go over there.
And we do not want to treat you with disrespect. And we want to do everything we can to make sure that we treat you with respect and decency that you rightfully deserve. We recognize any inequities that exist within our city. We recognize that. And we are taking an internal look, even within our own city, to improve those inequities, to prove
Station on paper and evidence.
single day to
Good copy. Going to show you at the station on paper and evidence.
we recognize that.
1908.
And we recognize that we must constantly assess and evaluate the things that we do
1908.
such that the city works for everyone at every level of operation.
Priority 1 run of an FA in progress. 18340 West Chicago. Radio calling 63.
Must work hand in hand together on the same team, moving in the same direction. And for those of us who live in this city for
1909.
6-1 Adam, off on out.
That's a good copy. 1909. Scout use here.
But collectively, we've worked very, very hard to build those relationships, to make them positive. Because we recognize
941 Fenmore. Female arguing with the 14-year-old daughter.
we have to work together because we have mutual interests, and we need to work together in order to move this city
Over to the radio.
So,
551, go ahead.
this city.
Can you show me around for what you're saying with it?
19, that's on rough number 11.
Challenge, frustration, and the emotions are running very high. Let me please ask you this.
14.
As you demonstrate your frustrations and deal with your pain, do it in such a way that will not work against the city and everyone who lives in the city. That is my answer.
Hey, boy, you got heat me out for my medic.
Stand by 84, I'll call him.
This city and our society. Much
Three four has an unknown problem. 6424 Linwood. 6424 Linwood. Click a response.
14, you saw us in route.
1911.
1911 is the time.
Alright, appreciate that. Alright, for the shot spotter, 23rd North on the cross, possible fireworks hit. No way. 4, possible selling, and then they said there's an abandoned car in front of the home at 7432, longer than a week.
Good.
Alright, 1911. $47.12, right still on the Fullerton Cherry Lawn location. $47.12.
No, we're clearing that, Getty.
Okay. 1912.
Go ahead.
Clear in there, let's go.
Yeah, today was the last trail on Highway 1 this month.
Class 4 and the report number, sir, is going to be 0288.
Thank you so very much.
Not a problem, sir. My pleasure. 1930.
Here's a car right up here.
A-Fire, stand by to party traffic stop on the bell. Team 15.
Nah, I think just that.
Ten six. On Oregon Street, that's 10-4521 Oregon. Disregard 10-5. 10-4, how do you clear on liver noise?
ADV, we're on our way.
1916.
Last unit.
883. We got a call back.
That's PNC Bank.
We have a Omar sitting in the front in a blue pickup truck. The message with the white, she hit the complete in the neck and left the tree with the 18-month-old son.
14. A-Firm. 10-4, you copy?
11 Charlie Dillon, slow down for 253 North Sacramento. 253 North Sacramento, take a slow down.
Last seen wearing blue jeans with a white Nike shirt, black and gray as well, black Nike slide, and then a plain black or navy blue zip-up, possibly has a dialysis bag in his hand, date of birth 03/26/85.
I told my wife people is on the cat.
Okay, stand by. That's good, happy. And they were here.
Hey, bro. Stand by.
36 something, I think 3 days on return center.
AST, we're going to slide down to number 5 and back.
You're another 1 minute out. Go ahead, 3-4.
Yes, sir. You can show us in the area. Can we get a call back, please?
All right, stand by.
Hold us, ma'am.
I'm sorry, go again. Right.
She wants to speak to the police to see what her occupant says. He's harassing her. He just left the scene. His name is
No problem, 12-6. When you clear up from that, you guys can make 19981 Schaefer, 19981 Schaefer, unknown problem.
No problem, sir. You can let us know.
No problem. 1920, we appreciate it.
Good copy. Can I have you en route to 9371 Hartwell? 9371 Hartwell. Got a family trouble there. Son parked his vehicle across the driveway there. Make it aggressive, set up a house on fire. Have you en route 1920.
$1920.
1920.
You can send me there instead.
Good copy, sir.
I don't want him to cross Michigan Avenue. So everything stops at Michigan. You turn.
Last thing wearing blue jeans, a white Nike shirt, black Nike slides, possibly with a blue or black zip-up jacket. May have a black dialysis bag in his hand.
Copy
1922.
You need additional pull, please.
Studio pool 1922. Don't have any available units that can meet E12 in Southfield with the gas car.
ADV.
A2. Yes, that's going to be en route after we drop our tow carts off.
Man, myself and 510 were clear of DRH. 10 is going to be busy on arrest and use of force paperwork. And if you could show me you're heading over to St. John's on those 2 incidents 5-2 was handling.
1924, sir.
Black Hyundai with the sunroof landing eastbound on Link. John David, 246-813.
She have to make the last transmission for the special attention. I didn't get the special attention. We don't have to play back.
6, please in place on location 406. Let me know special attention.
Hey, for 12-6, how do you do on your last one? Who's my special attention?
And we are using that run.
Again, either dark or black in color. And right now we see 2 males, one's not wearing a shirt. The car is going to be on going eastbound from Law. Alright, then somehow going to be on Madison eastbound.
9-4, go ahead.
Should we ever call for St. John's, see if our missing possibility up there past times of where he's going?
They request to cancel, so you can disregard this run 12-6. So I think you put your last note, and they're supposed to go to your last run on this one. You want me to put them on your last run?
I appreciate that.
No problem at all. 1926.
Chilton Road, DRH camping up.
Andre Jones is on scene, or what's going on with that? What's up to Port Supply over there? Go ahead. 33, there's gun in their way. And Charlie is one of the other center guys that got also. Alright, looks like they both are armed. Use caution over there, guys. At 1533, what's your location? In the back of Lockwood and Madison.
Vandalizing the CNN sign. We have police that have been targets of water bottles and glass and different kinds of objects that have been toward them. And a couple of hours ago there were fistfights.
Before be advised, badge 354, body cameras dead.
Good copy, 1927.
APD pretty much standing its ground right now as they are in that area, making sure that protesters not move beyond the scene of the center. And again, it is sort of wait and see where this all goes. How long does it go? We don't have any sense of it.
Thank you.
At what point does it
10-2, go.
Be here, report number, please.
It's going to be today's date, 03-19. That's today's date, 03-19, 1928.
Thank you.
Thank you, 1928.
For it to be of the appearance that police were causing this to go up and down.
And they have.
That's 18098 Littleville. It's going to be a well-being check.
You and I have been parked in front of these television sets for the past few hours. And the police have maintained
Priority is 10356 Burnside.
not responding to either the insults or the items that were in direction.
And that's a former police officer.
Confirm for us, hello.
Not a problem, 1929, sir.
Perspective that I had not considered.
14, thank you.
You don't know what's really in those bottles.
Well, oftentimes it's human waste, and it's chemicals, it's any means to try hurt, embarrass, or to annoy.
It looks like the scene is quite calm at the moment, still with that line facing to police officers.
Hi, well, can you go again with this male's birthday first?
Of CNN. And it looks like both sides are committed to seeing this thing through and to, setting up shop and staying here until they feel that their voices have been heard. As you see, few arrests, protests largely peaceful, with it going up and down a few times, but primarily this has been the scene. We'll see people take off running a few times. We haven't gotten any large reports of exactly what that's been connected to. Nothing alarming that's been connected to at this time, Jeff.
Yeah, and right now, this is largely
Okay. Now they say third and Fisher. Go ahead, 261.
Yes, sir. Sorry about stepping on you. We've been Michigan Gas for about 10-15 minutes. No RD vehicles in this area.
Okay. Well, we're getting reports of third and Fisher now, so.
Where you are, if you would. Give us an idea of exactly where you are in the city.
So we're across the street from the CNN building, and as you can see, we're going to turn right there right now. There's a lot of things being suddenly thrown at the CNN building. I don't know if there's officers in front of there. Suddenly, a lot of people started to run. It's interesting because a lot of people were just suddenly walked away and left, and now there was running, and now they started throwing things, and there really seems to be a lot of. You can't see exactly what's happening there, but as you can see, there's things flying. There seems to be a lot of emotion that is rising right now. This has kind of happened every 20 minutes or so, where things calm down for a long time, and then suddenly those emotions will rise back up, and things will start being thrown. Chants will start happening. You see all the vandalism right there on the CNN building, on the glass, and on the sign there.
Oh, you stand by the 7 shots.
It looks like a lot of people have actually started to leave. Suddenly, they're now turning around and they're kind of heading back towards the little bit of chaos that's happening right now.
Yeah,
again, you see the two police officers who are right here.
We're looking at this view from above, and I just wanted you to know that the view that we are seeing is that there are a couple of law enforcement officers now right in front of the CNN building because the window has been broken. One of the front windows of CNN has been officially broken, and so now law enforcement is standing out front. We can see that from above. I just wanted you to know.
Okay, and we got somebody who hit their head. I just want to make sure they're good.
Okay, it's kind of hard to see from down here. You just see that crowd. It'll kind of disperse, and then all of a sudden it'll tighten back up. That's been happening probably really since they started vandalizing.
Yes, sir. Traffic stop John or Inglewood. It's going to be a black and Paula
We've seen people trying to come down into this area and get on top of the police cars, taking pictures and kind of chanting. And the police will come by and they'll tell them to get off, and then they'll go away. But it seems to still be that same crowd up there that keeps again dispersing, and then it'll come back together as those emotions continue to rise. Again, every 20 minutes or so. And then as you heard Ryan say not too long ago, we have just seen people just suddenly start running for no reason. And there really hasn't been any indication, but it does cause quite a panic because people will start running. We've seen some people bump into each other and spill things on each other as they're trying to frantically get away. But again, there's no reason kind of being given as to why they're running. And then they'll stop running, and then they'll turn around and they'll come right back to this spot. So while you see that area where Ryan is, that area has kind of dispersed. A lot of them walked over into this area, and that seems to be where they're kind of continuing to keep that protest going right now. Again, right in front of that CNN building. And you talked about a small fire earlier today, or not, just a few minutes ago. We did hear from several people out here that they did set a flag on fire, and that is what they were burning, and that's why that fire was kind of small and seemed to go out pretty quickly, is what we were told. But as far as that, we haven't seen anything else being set on fire. We haven't seen any other vandalism outside of the CNN building that's happening right now.
Yeah, and we do want to note that we apologize if any obscenities, foul language makes it on air. This is indeed a live feed.
12-4.
Very fluid situation, as you guys are seeing, so we do want to apologize if anything of that nature ends up on air. We are seeing these officers.
I don't even want you in the area. No problem, sir. Just disregard all.
Monitoring Wi-Fi. Bravo unit said they handled that. If you're talking about doing.
Hey, firm. All right, 3-2, I'm going to show you clear from there as well.
Broken, we started to see that front line being formed in front of the building.
Hey, firm, 1934.
Property. Again, that American flag that was on fire. We don't see that happening anymore. But now we see these people facing off with the officers who have maintained their position in front of the CNN building. They're dodging, they're moving, trying to avoid being hit by these bottles and whatever is inside them, and just really maintaining their level of calm and staying there and watching this play out. And this is really a scene that is going up and down by the
with the amount of debris being thrown and certainly the window being broken at CNN, we did not see that kind of escalation, certainly in the first couple of hours. It's now 7:45, and again, we begin to have those questions about how long does it be allowed victims to gather and see the center. The question is, does it escalate beyond what we are thinking of? This is so those are certainly many questions that we have, and I'm sure those people in attendance have questions too. And how long? This began around 4 o'clock this afternoon, and this has been gathering. And the crowd has not noticeably grown from what we saw at the beginning, but it has stayed steady from those individuals split down that have collected on the village here. In front of the CNN Center, they have not run away. They remain steady and everyone gathering at the main entrance to CNN on the side. I think you can see it bicycle patrol. Again, that was late in the afternoon. At this point, we just have not seen a lot of movement. Allowing them to be allowing them to be on the street but again, I think there will be a careful examination of this sensor and take the temperature check. That's what we're say, Rob, what changes all of this is when you start breaking the glass. Do you agree with the fact that Atlanta police has been patient in terms of letting the protesters have their say, as Chief Shields said about 40 minutes ago, that, you know, they deserve to be heard, but did not want anyone, A, getting hurt, and B, didn't want any property destroyed. So once the attack on property and the bodies come hurling at the police, that changes how Atlanta police will now respond. Do you agree with that?
Oh, I absolutely agree with that. And I noticed this too, John. We got that shot of CNN in front of the logo there. Of course, they were just regular police officers, and you pointed out that there were officers that are people in uniform that go to the uniform. Many of those officers are special duty members or APs or SWAT team members, and so those are tactical officers that are there to respond to any type of violence or any type of emergency. So now it appears that some of those regular officers uniforms have kind of moved out. It seems like those tactical officers in the military uniform are moving in front of the CNN sign. And then on the other front, on the other side, they're looking in front of protesters. And from the military trucks, you see them in the light and the helmet, face shield, and they're different and most cases at the time to begin to move those Spanish line down the street and move the crowd around the way.
Let's go to Ryan Kruger right now, who is standing by near the CNN side.
Yeah, and we actually just confirmed with Atlanta police that one Atlanta police officer from the protest was pushed to the ground and did sustain minor injuries. They also believe that pepper spray has been used several times during this confrontation. That's the only injury we have heard about right now. So let's show you kind of what we are seeing right now. All throughout the afternoon, this entire intersection of Marietta and significant protesters. There are fewer protesters in the street. The others have either left or they have gone close to the main exit of the area. You also notice some of the APD cars, the whole drive to go the entire drive is full of police cruisers. Several of them have started to pull away. Now, to try to approach what is going on there. We did get the from Atlanta police. We have seen water bottles being thrown at them. They've also had eggs thrown at them, other items as well. Thankfully, though, they say so far just one minor injury that they have received. They are hoping that they will remain relatively peaceful and that they will not have to move again and do further protests. Every few minutes, you see this huge crowd that's right there in front of the CNN center. Every few minutes, you see a lot of activity going on and people starting to run. And we have heard bottles being thrown. We have heard the glass breaking. We do know that it doesn't mean that the big number of workers up there. We know that some people in that crowd have been injured with minor injuries from the glass shattered and then hit them. So that's kind of what we have heard for right now. And I think it's unclear exactly what's going on. There are a number of people that are seeming to walk away, but this is by no means ending at this point in time.
All right. Thank you, Ryan. We have received from Spokesman John Chafee of the Atlanta Police Department an update, an email on what is going on here at the CNN Center to the wires on TV. And they say, quote, we continue to monitor protesters on Centennial Olympic Park Drive on Marietta Street. The demonstration began peacefully, and then upon returning to Centennial Olympic Park, the majority of protesters entered the park, and a portion walked south on Centennial Olympic Park Drive. Additional officers arrived and began to push protesters back away from a vehicle in which a member of APD was driving, and that led to a number of scuffles between police and protesters. One officer pushed to the ground, sustained minor injuries. It does appear pepper spray was utilized several times during the confrontation and the officers. Currently, we are attempting to allow the protesters to continue with the peaceful demonstration. However, officers are being subjected to water bottles and eggs and other items being thrown at them. However, we remain hopeful this activity will cease and there will be no need for further arrests or clashes from protesters and with protesters. That's the very latest from the police.
So the APD is still trying to maintain that distance and let the protesters do what they have to do, but they do acknowledge that they have really taken it on the chin tonight here with bottles being plugged at them, as we have witnessed here on live TV as this is happening. And this is still out in front of the CNN building. The crowds out there taking video and taking pictures of those people standing on top of the sign and chanting and cheering. In the last hour, we did see that the Mexican flag burning that has since been put out. We do know at least one window has been broken out in front of the CNN building as multiple areas of the building now covered in graffiti. And as you see with this incident that we're seeing take place on camera, it is that a couple of people start running, they're doing their own thing, and because we don't have audio on this, we can't speak to exactly what's happening there on the ground. And that causes, these different pockets of people that start running away, or, the way that pepper spray happens. Now we see officers moving toward the crowd. For the first time, officers are moving toward the crowd. And he has his eyes set on someone that he is looking after here. This is the first time that we saw officers in pursuit. As the crowd takes off running, you can hear that maybe somebody is screaming, the officer responded, and a major delay came off of that platform. And that was the project that was lined up in front of the building. For the first time, they came down on the steps to respond to the ambulance.
We've seen a response from APD during this, and even in the next blasting, breaking at the temple of the sea at the end of Thursday. We have not seen that kind of reaction. So this may be a blessing for public to see if we can zero in on the energy that we're going to right now.
Someone is on the ground yet. It does look like they have someone on the ground right now. So you're right. This could be another arrest in progress. And Chief Stewart said she did not want that to happen. There are certain guidelines and certain lines that officers see happening here as
again, when you think about mass protests in the United States, they generally have sort of leadership. I think the people that have been in charge of it, organized it, that have done the call to arms, if you will, people coming together and protesting social injustice or what they believe needs to change in the country. This does not have that influence to in different directions at different times. It is not an organized protest in the sense of what we have seen over the last decade in Atlanta, which has been some very, very organized protests. This is something I don't know.
Yeah, earlier today we did hear from someone who referred to himself as an organizer. And even that person said that they were very shocked to hear or to see the response and how soon that crowd came out. They were shocked to see how big this crowd was. So even if it was organized by activity, this crowd really overtook that.
It makes it very difficult to try to disassemble the crowd and work from a policing standpoint in a much more difficult job ahead when you have so many people that are still taking them down, doing their own thing, so to speak, and it's about how do you get them away from the street without arresting them? How do you get the message to them that yes, their voices can be heard, but at the same time, they cannot go on indefinitely in the streets of downtown Atlanta? That's one of the questions tonight, and certainly it is one of those things that we continue to watch as the video of one a sense of how this goes on and how the communities
we have some tweets coming in from that the conditions may get out of hand. As the night falls, we want to move back and smart things to do is to take this energy and channel it into getting out to the upfield and getting all the changes. And the crowd of shields being down there is the most.
There's a bad guy right there. He's got a baton out. Police brutality right there.
Put the baton on. I did my demonstrating for many years. It wasn't until I wasn't so old. I knew them now. That is the latest coming in tonight from Ambassador Andrew Young, supporting them, but also giving them a charge to channel that energy to get out to the polls and vote for the change they want to see.
And the mayor also has spoken as well, saying that as a city, we're better than this, and urging protesters in downtown Atlanta to steer clear.
Jeff, I'm going to jump in right now where you see this person that vandalized this police car. They are stomping on top of it, jumping on this windshield that has been caved in right now. We are seeing this happen live. No idea what led to this. You see those gates being thrown. This is the most intense thing that we have seen in this protest right now, with these police cars being vandalized, windshields being busted out, people running all over the place, throwing objects, police cars now under attack. I guess they were there initially to try to block off the crowds, but now the cars are under attack, Jeff. Let's go to Hope Ford on the ground. Hope, what can you tell us?
Okay, so people are telling us that they were just in there and it was pandemonium. They're saying they were telling us don't go any further, don't go in there. And as you can see, they're getting on the cars now. They're starting to stomp. So we're gonna move a little bit away so that we have a lot of people who are shouting vulgarities. But you see that it's kind of starting to get out of hand now. Those emotions are overflowing, and there are people who, now they're starting to chant really heavily. They're tearing up the gate. I don't know if you can see that on the right side of that, but they're really starting. Okay, we're gonna back up a little bit. They're really starting to kind of bang on those police cars right there, and the crowd is moving back. The crowd is starting to move back as they're starting to beat on all of those police cars. There are a couple of people who are, kind of egging them on, but for the most part, there's a lot of people who are in shock and who are starting to back up from what's happening. We haven't seen any police cars. Okay, there's right there. You see him, he's banging on it with his arm. They're stomping on it. We haven't seen any police officers right now, and it seems to be just continuing to move to all of the police cars. Things kind of starting to get a little bit out of hand as those emotions are continuing to rise. And as that crowd is kind of moving back towards all of the police cars that have been lined up. You can see right here, that police car is completely broken. The glass broken right there in the back. People just walking all over them. And now you do see police are moving in. Go ahead, police are moving in.
We're going to pull out of Hope. Hope, we need you to get back as that crowd is coming toward where you are. We're going to pull out of Hope Ford right now as we are watching a view that she cannot see, that this crowd is moving toward the direction where we know that she is on the ground reporting. We do want our crews on the ground to be safe. Hope Ford and Ryan Cougar are in the midst of this, and we are seeing this violence reach a level, Jeff, that we had not seen before. Hope had no idea what was coming her way there on the ground, and we do want to make sure that our crews stay safely in the midst of what has turned into an extremely chaotic scene. We do know that Ryan Cougar is safe, so let's go to him on the ground as we are watching some very aggressive arrests from above Ryan taking place.
All right, this has changed here in the last 15 or 20 minutes. We have seen people milling about most of the day, most of the afternoon into early evening. But as we have seen oftentimes in these kinds of events, the more, and certainly the mayor has addressed this, and certainly Ambassador Young as well, that as the evening progresses, many of these kinds of events can escalate toward the sort of violence and destruction of property that we are seeing in the form of the front of the CNN Center and now certainly Atlanta police cars. Now, the amount of chaos that we see right now, at least from our view, it's very tough to discern protesters from police at this point. You just have a lot of people that are in the midst of a slow movement and a lot of pushing, a lot of battling right now in downtown Atlanta, and we will see where they are trying to push the protesters to. We see some of the police in the fluorescent yellow vest there, but there are other police as well. We're seeing people on the ground as well, and this continues to grow in dimension in terms of the violence that has now spilled out in front of the CNN Center, now making its way towards Centennial Olympic Park. Ryan Kruger is standing by in that area. Ryan, I hope you're not too close to the apex of that area there.
Well, it's all coming our way, that's for sure, Jeff. So we, just a second ago, we saw someone on top of a police cruiser with a skateboard and smashing the lights on top of it. We have seen, just a couple seconds ago, large puffs of smoke that were coming up. Not entirely sure what it was. It was a lot of smoke. People were starting to say that it was tear gas, and actually, you might be able to see that right now. That smoke is coming up, and behind it, up the road, that is that armored vehicle that is starting to move closer, and that was just a pink smoke bomb that was thrown up in the air. So things have really started to take a turn here. Every few minutes, some of the protesters on the outside start to run across the street where we are located. But right there is a very dangerous place to be right now. That's going to be on Centennial Olympic Park Drive. It's going to be closer to the CNN Center. We are right by Centennial Olympic Park, but it is certainly descending into quite a bit of chaos right now. I just saw more bottles being thrown than I can count right now. It is really taking a turn. You see this pink smoke that's everywhere in the air right now. We apologize for any of that profanity you just heard right there. But it is certainly turning into a very chaotic scene here. I'm not entirely sure what that... Yeah, we're going to move our gear back here right now. So what I'm seeing right now is a lot of pink smoke in the air. I'm not entirely sure where that came from, but right now it kind of smells like
right. I'm going to jump in right now to
like
talk over this arrest that we are seeing with this person being carried away by 3 officers by hand and foot. With the way that this has escalated, we can anticipate that the number of arrests are indeed going to increase. This is another arrest going down on the left-hand side of your screen. These people being taken behind that line. A third arrest there on the further left side of your screen, where these people are being taken away in zip ties or handcuffs as a result of these actions that we just saw that really broke out, with people jumping on top of police cars and vandalizing and breaking out the windows and using gates that were set up as partitions to break out windows. We have zoomed in right now to show you just how severe the devastation is on those police vehicles. Glass broken out, the windshields are just completely damaged. Officers now, since that crowd has dispersed, they're sort of assessing the scene to see what has happened. So now the protesters have been pushed away or ran away. At least 9 cars from APD have been damaged. We are being told right now 9 APD vehicles, at least windows smashed out there that we are seeing from above. So now police are assessing what's happening as they are also making a higher level of arrest out there tonight, Jeff.
All right, we continue to watch this unfold now as we have an overhead shot here, a sky tracker, and that's the mobile police unit, the command center, where they're making many of the decisions, perhaps most of them. We're seeing a protester is now on the ground. I would believe that they are getting out zip ties to arrest. And let's see if we can pull back to get a broader view of what we're seeing. And now on the right side of the screen, we're seeing more people running. Again, that's toward Centennial Olympic Park and that Waffle House that's over there.
Jeff, people are actually having the police shields in their hands. I'm not sure if that's something that they purchased, but citizens have police shields. Let's go back to Hope Ford on the ground.
Yeah, you're right, Aisha. There are a couple people. There's one right there with the police shield right there. We have been seeing a couple people walking around with those. We have no idea where they got those from. And as you can see, we're behind this huge crowd now. There is very few people behind us now because everyone has rushed towards those police cars that they were vandalizing just a few minutes ago. They're still getting on. They're still jumping on top of those cars. And it seems that, it's starting to get to that point where, loud bangs are starting to happen with the tear gas, and everyone started to run towards this way. And then as soon as that kind of died back down, they're rushing right back in there towards those cars. And you see right there, they're setting small things on fire right there in front of us right now. As this.
Are we seeing right
over
now?
Here, they're tearing up signs. They're throwing things down on the ground.
Are we seeing the freeway now? We're taking a look at the interstate. Hope, let's grab it from you for just a moment and let you get sort of squared away through there. We want to take a look now at the interstate, and this is where protesters have now moved to the interchange right there out in front of Grady Hospital. And now they are blocking freeway traffic, as you can see right now. And in fact, it is up beyond Grady Hospital. It is up toward Atlantic Station, up in that area just beyond downtown, as we are now looking. We're looking northward right now. So as we can see, Atlanta Police, we also see the Georgia State Patrol, I believe. Some vehicles are in there as well. Yes, they are on the left side. APD involved, and the protesters now have trickled on to the freeway. We saw an attempt to do that 6 years ago during the Michael Brown protests of Ferguson, and they were unsuccessful doing that. The Highway Patrol had blocked the area, protesters unable to get there, but this time they have spilled onto the freeway, and that is something new, something that we have not seen in these protests. Now, on the right side of your screen, a large blaze has broken out in the area not far away from the CNN Center.
I'm not sure about the guy's camel pants, but other disturbance.
So the traffic, if you have any intention or have any desire to try to get to the north point of town from downtown Atlanta, you're going to have to find another way because that is going to be blocked for seemingly quite a while.
Have them come down to Michigan Avenue when they get on Michigan, and I think we're at Randolph now. Have them mobile with car 100 on City Light 6, and he will tell them where he wants them. Copy that.
Jennifer, we're going to go right now to Ryan Kruger. Ryan, give us an update again where you are or what you're seeing.
All right, so Jeff, it does appear that protesters have set a police car on fire. Let's go ahead and zoom in to those massive flames that are building up right now. This is on Centennial Olympic Park Drive. It's right in front of the CNN Center. Yeah, we just heard loud bangs coming. We're going to see a large crowd running this way, but it does appear within the last few minutes that protesters have set that police car on fire. There are a number of APD officers behind me that are standing guard, and the fire appears to be maybe about 100 yards in front of me. We're hearing the sirens. I'm hopeful that's going to be Atlanta Fire coming to try to put that out. But right now, that's that boom again. Not entirely sure what that is, but we're hearing some loud booms every once in a while. But you see this massive amount of smoke that's billowing out of that fire right there.
So, Ryan, tell me about what sort of police presence do you see where you are right now? If that car is burning in front of you, which was probably, maybe 500 yards away, where are Atlanta police right now? Are you seeing any kind of presence ringing this area and certainly in your area?
Yeah, actually, there are a number, maybe a dozen or so officers that are on the street here, not in riot gear, just in their regular uniforms, and they're just standing in the street. They're watching it happen. They do have the road blocked, but they're not dispersing the crowd, at least at this point in time. Now, I can see farther up the road, I can see the armored vehicle that's up there that is starting to get a little bit closer. I'm really hopeful that there are no more protesters near the police car at this point in time, because that fire is really starting to go out of control at this point in time. It's hard to tell if there are any officers over there. Not sure if there are any injuries or anything like that, but that is quite the fire that has been started really within the last couple of minutes, Jeff.
So as you see these protesters milling about, and you were mentioning Atlanta police officers in that vicinity as well, is there any kind of interaction between the two at this point?
Well, that's hard to say. These officers behind me are not making any movements right now, so it really just depends. I think right now their goal is to try to make sure that they get people away from that fire, to make sure that nobody gets hurt in that fire right now. Large crowd kind of ran in front of it. You're seeing the crowd starting to kind of get in front of me right now, but smoke is really starting to fill all of downtown Atlanta right now with this car fire. It's really kind of going out of control.
All right.
I'm not seeing any fire department here yet. Go ahead, Jeff.
I was going to say thank you, Ryan. We appreciate it. Stay safe in the midst of all of that. And we want to apologize to our viewers, as happens with these sorts of events that are highly emotional, highly charged. There is some obscenity you will either hear or see, and we apologize in advance for what you may witness. Ambassador Andrew Young is joining us right now. Ambassador, thanks for being with us. Jeff Hollinger here talking with you.
How you doing?
I am fine, and certainly have been better, as I know you have as well. Give me your view of what you are seeing on television right now, and the events of the last couple of hours that have transpired in downtown Atlanta.
Well, I was really pleased with the early demonstration until about just the last 20 minutes or so. But the chief was there talking, the police chief was there talking with the demonstrators. The police were very well restrained, and it just got out of hand.
Ambassador,
there are always a few little hoodlums that come along and want to show off, and they have really ruined the demonstration, and they've done a lot of damage to the city. And I hope that you all have pictures of who was doing this, and we can track them down, and they need to be arrested.
do you have any message that you would like to share with young people that are frustrated, or those who are planning to go to a protest like this? Is there anything that you would like to say to them in your experience in the American Civil Rights Movement?
The quieter and calmer the demonstration is, the more powerful and effective it is. We were with the Klan that was acting worse than this and beating us up in St. Augustine. But when they came down and marched through the community, we sang to them and welcomed them. And the power of people being able to forgive publicly was one of the things that swung the Congress to vote for civil rights legislation. Everything that they are enjoying down there, we fought for. And the first time I was arrested in Atlanta, I was very polite, and the officers were very polite, but they still put me in jail. Because I was part of a demonstration, but that is not what we saw today. We saw a bunch of clowns showing off toward the end. Now, that wasn't true in the beginning. It was a beautiful, multiracial, multi-ethnic, different people were there with their parents and children, and it was a terrible thing that happened in Minneapolis. But one sick policeman should not be able to destroy Atlanta. We've worked too hard, and Atlanta has come too far. to see this sort of thing get up. These schools are closed. And normally schools are places where demonstrations are organized. And when the demonstrations are organized at schools, people can be with them to help them know how to close out the demonstration and end it. They had a very good demonstration for about 3 or 4 hours, but it has just disintegrated into foolishness. And it's going to hurt the cause rather than help it.
In all of your years of civil rights marching and protests throughout the country, the one hallmark was you were involved organizing. Reverend Hosea Williams was organized, Congressman John Lewis, Dr. King, of course, Dr. King's late brother as well. There was that sense of organization that made these effective. There's been no organization in this room, no leadership with this gathering tonight.
There's leadership there, but we had a ground crew led by James Orange and J.T. Johnson and Willie Bolden. And we did not have a demonstration where we didn't have marshals keeping our people disciplined and organized, because you could get killed in our demonstrations. So people weren't inclined to act on it. They took kindness for weakness, and that's not the main demonstrators. That's a bunch of hangers-on that came along after the demonstrations were over.
I'm going to go over here. I'm going to go over here. That's where they're arresting people over here.
Absolutely, Rick. I think we all hoped it wouldn't come to this. And it's certainly police trying to maintain a distance between them and the protesters there. As we see in the background, firefighters trying to put out that police cruiser that's on fire. And some of those loud explosions, granted, I don't know for sure, but possibly
Arresting people here.
Some ammunition or some other items in that
You can't go through.
And that's a concern for the people
Where you got
the
they
crowd
don't
as
go across
well
there.
who are protesting. So no one wants anyone to be hurt from something like that. But we are seeing these police officers in riot gear, in shields and masks with batons, moving that crowd away from the CNN Center and closer to Centennial Olympic Park, because, Rick, let's face it, when night falls, we are hoping that more people will come out and add to the fringe element that has turned this peaceful protest into one that has become a lot more centered around vandalism. So, they have to be able to maintain this crowd, and we are seeing them do that with quite a bit of restraint at this point.
I said that you talked about the fringe element there, because
Another
really,
arrest.
That's who are the troublemakers. The vast majority of protesters over the last 4+ hours have been peaceful. They've been respectful of them. They have tried to get their points across without resorting to any kind of vandalism or violence or destruction of public or private property. It's just a few people now, these people that are left behind, I guess, and just are sort of just taking matters into their own hands, destroying police stations, throwing windows, throwing bottles through the windows at CNN Center for some reason. I don't quite understand why. Maybe they just hoping to get the media coverage that they knew they would get by going after CNN. But we have seen amazing restraint on the part of these police officers. They really, I think, been very professional. We heard from Ambassador Young, who said that he really complimented the police force, saying how trained they are. Their chief out and about in the crowd, talking to some of the protesters, letting them air their grievances directly to her. And yet now it seems as though they have someone they've made a decision that it's time to push back and to get these crowds to back up and get them under control.
Underneath that shelter there at the CNN sign. If you've been to the CNN Center, there's a large CNN sign which is now in one place. That out in front. Our crews are finding a shelter there, but the police officers are even moving them from there. Looks like moving everyone away from that building there and kind of corralling them. I'm not sure where, but basically away from that building and also away from all the police vehicles that are now damaged. That are in the middle of that street in front of the building. And it's quite interesting how we watch this all unfold. Ashley Thompson is in the middle of it as well. Ashley, you watched the police and they have more or less moved you guys back as well away from that building. It looks like we are now going to Centennial Olympic. Let's take a look at what's happening this way. As you can see, most of those demonstrators have been moved from up that way. They're now all the way over here, closer to Centennial Olympic Park. So I really want Lawrence, my photojournalist, to show you what's on the ground. And take a look at what people have been throwing. That's an egg yolk. We've got water bottles. For the most part, people have been throwing those water bottles like crazy. We've seen rocks throwing. We've seen rocks in the air, rather. And right now, people are making their way closer to the Ferris wheel. The fire department is out here. They have since put out the fire of the Atlanta police cruiser that we showed you not long ago. It was someone had set the cruiser on fire. The damage to the rest of the cars. Fire department is now out here putting out the flames. And Atlanta police and the SWAT team are pushing these demonstrators further and further back. No word on where they're trying to push them. It looks as if they may be trying to disperse them. There's still a relatively large crowd. Definitely not as big as it was hours ago when demonstrators were marching to the Capitol, marching back. It's been a few hours, but they are still out here. Some of them are still out of control, a little wild. We're hearing a lot of screaming, but these officers are using just a little more force, trying to get this protest under control. Right now, it looks like they are going into the park. We're going to continue to monitor what they're doing over there. Hopefully, there won't be much more vandalism. There's been a lot at the CNN Center, and perhaps that is why they have pushed them so far back. But right now, they are in front of Centennial Olympic Park, by the park and by parking lot, rather. And we're going to continue to see what they are doing out here and what officers do to try to get this under control. Right now, I'm live in downtown Atlanta. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio. This has been going on for hours. We really don't see it ending in sight just yet.
Thank you, Ashley. You know, there are a lot of tools that police have at their disposal that they have really not pulled out yet. If they do want to get more aggressive with these crowds, the things that they can do in terms of people watch to see what's talk to us about where you are and what the mood of this crowd is right now, having watched the destruction of several police vehicles.
So actually not too far from Ashley Thompson, Arlington area, because this is the safest area to be in. This is actually what Officer Julia to go into the crowd, and he said, no, we're media, we're press, we gotta stay here to be safe. So they did allow us to stay up on the steps or near the CNN Center, just to give you an idea of where we are. But you can see behind me, these officers, again, in the riots here, have formed a line, what I can call it all day, a human barricade, in front of these protesters. And what they'll do is stand there and they'll say, move. And as they check that, they take a couple steps. So they've done that all the way to the intersection of Centennial and Park and Maryland Street. Centennial Olympic Park and Marion Street. And they're doing that chant that I just told you about. They're saying move, move, move as they push more protesters back. Then one person, this person's now being walked away by officers. And handcuffs as we saw those SWAT vehicles move into this area. They were parked in front of the CNN Center. They're now moving down to the center section. I'm not sure if that's hopefully not, but you can see this sheer number of people that have swarmed this intersection. They have shut down downtown Atlanta. There's been no traffic here for hours after a long day of what started as peaceful protesting and ended in what you said, which has been destruction. So okay, I'll stay on this picture. I'll talk about you guys. We can talk over it, but we saw one arrest and we're two
Yeah, Brittany, it is very unfortunate that it has turned to this, a day that started out hours ago. We went from there at 4 p.m. with a look at this protest that really started in Centennial Olympic Park, where people gathered really as an effort to get their voices heard and to ignite change. And we are hoping this will not be the only headline tomorrow. Unfortunately, the destruction and the violence, part of the protest that turned violent in terms of snapping windows and the destruction of there. It's unfortunate that the message could get lost in all of this. And I do want to note, too, that this is not the only protest happening across the country tonight. It is a Friday night. A number of people across the country are still working from home. Many cities have not fully reopened. So there is more opportunity for more people to join protesting.
Let's keep marching. We're at 4 Green Park. Marching to 4 Green Park. Everybody ready? 4 Green.
Minneapolis as well. We're taking a live look right now. One of those vehicles there, we see an officer on top of that in full gear, making sure they are protected. They are there for crowd control, of course. And Rick, we've been talking about is wondering how long police really intend to let this go on. Most of that
She's how we got in
the CNN Center, but
got across.
those officers armed with or have zip ties with them, and that's often what we see in these kind of protests is that that fringe element, those people who are doing damage to property and
I don't know.
Many of the problems are zip tied and taken into custody. And I got a text actually from our CBS 46 political analyst, Rashad Ritchie, who says he will actually be representing some of the people who are in the bonds. He's paying the bonds, rather, of protesters because he does expect things to get very busy tonight. So he will be probably likely at the jail this evening, along with some other protesters who may be taken into custody. So this is all unfolding, and there's just no way to tell where this is going to go from one half hour to the next.
Green Park! There's a SWAT officer on top of his bear cap with his weapon trained on the protesters who are standing in front of this vehicle. And you can read the signs there. Black Lives Matter is really the message of the day when it comes to these protesters. And it really is amazing, Casey, that it was really only about an hour or so ago that we were talking with him.
This way.
Talking with Congressman John Lewis.
This way.
We were getting, we were hearing their praise, not just for the protesters, but for the police who have shown themselves now, I think everybody understands that this will probably dominate in terms of how this protest went from something peaceful, sort of a celebration of our First Amendment rights as American citizens to gather, assemble, and protest peacefully, to all of a sudden a scene of destruction and violence. And that is something the city of Atlanta is
not want to see. Certainly, these Americans don't want to see broadcast around the world. And you may be wondering about the mayor, Keisha Lance Bottoms. We've been told that Mayor Bottoms is planning on holding a press conference from police headquarters. We haven't gotten any specific information.
Rick? I just wanted to, sorry to interrupt you, but as we look at this image here, we see some buses in the background. They could be being brought in to possibly, as they detain folks, they have a place to put them, since we're talking about a large amount of people who could be detained during this protest. It looks as though Atlanta police officers and state police could be preparing for that. We see a lot of those flashing lights there, so just wanted to point that out, that things continue to progress, continue to change.
But we'll keep it on.
Those buses are there for, and I also mentioned, and I know this because I used to work in the building, that there is a precinct, there is a police precinct in the basement of CNN. It's right there. And so, you know, as people sort of mill about and go and meet the food court there, you can always see a police presence. And so I would not be surprised if perhaps some people who were arrested have been brought in and are being held at one of the cells that's right there in that location, just feet away from the scene. And there's another line of the police just standing there, you know, ready in case they need to move Tracy, but again, showing restraint and just trying to hold that line.
Yeah, and I know at this hour
view
we are
from Barclays in the distance.
Here from Police Chief Erica Shields. We are getting ready for that press conference as well. In the meantime, we do want to head out to Haley Mason, who's been in the middle of all of this. And as we talk to her, I did want to say, Rick, we had an amazing crew out there. We want you guys to stay safe. You've done an incredible job. We've all been on the air for the last more than 4.5 hours now. And Haley, again, I'm glad you are safe, glad that things have calmed down around you. Tell us what you're seeing from where you are.
And let me just show you, it wraps all the way around this
had to move our vehicle because it was parked directly next to those AP cars that are now shattered and
this is the complex where
we were just
HP's whole headquarters is still used to deal with jail here.
Unscathed amongst the angry group of protesters who were also angry at us. And that's what we were on here for the last 10 minutes. We were moving to safety. You can see now, get out of the way. We are a block away from the CNN Center as protesters are continuing to move forward toward us. Atlanta police have this roadway blocked right off of Marietta Street.
Free H2O. Whole lot of H2O.
They are staying in the streets, and that's because
Awesome.
to the sidewalk.
I just wanted to show everyone
They
this.
stay on the sidewalk. And so this, as I said earlier, it ebbs and flows.
Fuck the police. Food to the people.
Try to make things a little more difficult.
How many people are
passion here tonight? But right now, our biggest concern is we want to capture all of that for you all from a safe distance. You still see the no justice, no peace signs. You still see the people protesting in front of police right now.
Boarded up Target. I don't know why they just did Target.
But again, you can't take for granted.
They only boarded up Target.
This is ending because, as you see, things
apparently Target decided that they don't want to lose
very
it.
quickly. But again, thank you again for noting that safety comes first, especially for our crews out here in the field.
And the crowd is coming towards Port Green now.
And trying to bring you this coverage and show you this fallout right now, and the police right now who are in a mode of restraint, trying not to let things escalate by physical aggression. But at some point, we have seen that their presence has had to calm things down. That has been needed at times. And so the sun is beginning to set. We don't know when this will end, but
Not quite on the cover anymore.
This has only made it to one stop so far. We started at 6 o'clock. The protest was supposed to go to the CNN Center and then go to the police headquarters. Right now, a lot of the action is going to the CNN Center. For whatever reason, I know one reason was that there was a barricade trying to get past the state park arena, so they congregated there in a circle. A lot of that action is just coming out because they could. But take a look here.
We had been following along with our Brittany Miller from Centennial Olympic Park, and the end goal we thought was going to be Atlanta Police Headquarters. The protesters never ended up there, but ended up passing somewhat there in police officers. This into the 9 o'clock hour, because there looked like things had not calmed down just yet. Back to how this all started this afternoon.
Police officers in disguise.
Developments in Minneapolis this week, the death of George Floyd. That happened on Tuesday. And today it was breaking this afternoon that the police officer that was seen with his knee on George Floyd's neck was under arrest. So he was arrested today. A total of 4 officers from Minneapolis were fired. Many are still awaiting the arrest of the other 3 officers. One of the main officers that we saw in that video there was George Floyd's
Watch your back.
and this is just one of many protests. One that happened here in Atlanta, one of many that are happening across the country. I've seen on social media protests igniting in cities including New York and also in Washington, D.C. and a number of people protesting in the city of Dallas as well across Texas. So across the country, so many are frustrated, they're angry, they want to be heard, and finding that there's no other way to do it other than a protest. In many cases, the protests have been peaceful. This one started without peaceful for the most part. Only damage to property to police vehicles, to the CNN Center, to the students, and to the last so there have been sparks, property that's been damaged in all of this. But for the most part, Atlanta police have been amazing. They have come out in the last half an hour to riot here, pushing that crowd back away from the city.
Is this state protesters, Doug? Is this a different?
In the midst of that crowd, we have a number of reporters who are doing a job. What's going on?
Hey everyone, we'll be cutting the stream here shortly.
I think so.
I'm going to change camera lenses. I don't think I'm going to stay past 6. I've already tasted 2 gas. Too bad. Here's a protest yeah.
They're trying to meet protesters
love y'all. Stay safe.
And drinking gas just past this officer that, and I just thought, what's the goal here? Are you trying to and just told me, you know, at this point we're really just trying to maintain order. So that's where they are right now. You can see Atlanta police officers out here. We can see the SWAT team. And I know we told you about the CNN damage. Take a look at this McCormick and Schmick. Demonstrators slamming things through these windows right here as well.
Thank you everybody for sticking around. Well, 2 more blocks and we'll be to Fort Greene.
See inside of the restaurant.
Definitely have some pepper spray.
have at a difference. People are at a distance rather. Maybe have a little further back from the protesters. These SWAT team members are not letting
masks on.
pass by. See if we're able to go this way and get a little bit closer to the crowd.
Out to Ted Oberg.
Right now, it seems to be a little more peaceful than it was just 20 minutes ago. People are just standing out here, people kind of taking it in, but they're not dispersing. They're kind of just stuck here. They're kind of just, standing here and witnessing what is going on today. We know this protest has been going on for hours, really. I mean, we've been on here since 4 o'clock. These demonstrators have been out here, and it has turned wild, as you mentioned, Tracy, at times, but for the most part, it has been peaceful. Now, there are concerns about what will happen when the sun goes down, as it is right now. What will happen after dark? We've seen those images coming out of Minneapolis and other cities of buildings on fire and buildings totally defaced and damaged. And I know police officers are hoping that does not happen here. Look at this. It's a very powerful image. These protesters face to face with these police officers here. Officers really just trying to maintain order at this point as the sun goes down. We're continuing to see what's going on out here on glass. They're breaking the glass with sticks, with metal rods. This is getting out of control. And this is still 8:30. I mean, we've got a long night ahead of us. This is what some demonstrators are doing. We really want to reiterate and stress that the majority of these demonstrators who have been out here tonight have been peaceful. They've really just been marching, they've been holding signs, they want to get their point across. But as it gets darker, as it gets later, this is now what we are looking at. Just take a look. And what's remarkable is that Atlanta police officers really are not trying to arrest a bunch of people. I mean, we've seen dozens of people out here destroying property. They're not getting arrested just yet. I've seen a few arrests, as we've shown you live on air. Really, for the most part,
all right, we're around Fort Greene.
Breaking the glass right here. And there are concerns that this will go on into the night. We're going to send it back over to you in the studio, maybe get at a safer distance.
Assemblage of protesters, a lot of police presence.
Absolutely do that. Make sure you're in a place that is safe. Of course, there's a lot of glass that's flying in that area, and that is a concern. It's quite remarkable that people are able to vandalize property like that, private property, and police are standing back right now. Police to bear the shield was down with one of the protesters. She basically said she did not want this to become arrest everyone out there, respecting everyone's rights.
Yeah, go. They got your name. Go back. The guy with the red backpack. That's his hat. Yeah, I don't know if he was going to give it to him.
As this protest moves into its 6th hour and 7th hour tonight,
The guy with the red backpack. That's his hat.
they certainly have the passion that keeps them out on the street.
Yeah, I don't know if he was going to give it to him.
All right, thank you. This is downtown Houston. Black Lives Matter protesters started this afternoon around 2 o'clock. They marched from Discovery Green to downtown Houston to City Hall, and after that, we've seen these smaller groups break up from spot to spot as HCD is also continuing to follow protesters or to begin marching through. We've seen youth flare-ups of violence, but emotions are running high. This is all demanding action following the death of Houston native George Floyd.
Yeah, man.
Vast amount of protesters, really kind of a line where the protesters are and where the police are holding that line right in front of those vehicles. And you see, it looks as though that is a police bus there, possibly officers are equipped right now with zip ties, which is usually what they have during a lot of these protests to detain people who have gotten hurt. All right, we do want to bring in my colleague Sean Gables. She is joining us now because, Sean, this is a story that's been unfolding throughout the evening.
AC feels good.
At times is disheartening to see property damaged, at other times.
Penn Medicine Lancaster General Health is fully committed to caring for
peacefully protesting and really wanting to purge and access. Tracy, we saw earlier in our coverage when
Hey, yo, man!
was in location. She had initially organized their top concern was to, number one, have a peaceful protest. And the message that they wanted to get across as they marched into Atlanta and was hoping to get eventually to the state capitol was to just talk about the inequality of justice. Somehow, at some point, this has turned out of control. It is a dark day for Atlanta, really a dark day for our nation. We are seeing similar protests, not just here in Atlanta, but also in Minneapolis, New York City, Denver, Ohio. We're going to go now to our reporter who was on the scene, Haley Mason. You've been out there right in the middle of the trenches. I saw the video that Ashley Thompson was just showing us momentarily where protesters were continuing to knock out the glass outside the CNN's headquarters there. This is troublesome. Police are not even attempting to arrest those people during the moment. And he said that he focuses on
this is a part of their de-escalation methods right now. Sean, on Marriott Boulevard, where police are met with a line of protesters who are questioning them, saying, will this stop? But I do want to take your attention across the street because we still hear the glass breaking at McCormick and Smith's Seafood Restaurant. You see two different types of protesters, some who are focused on fixing injustice, fixing systematic problems, and others who are using this as an opportunity to get away with vandalism. And that's what we have here, two different intentions at play with police in the middle and the rest of us trying to document it as safely as possible for you. So just bring you another pan over again to police here. Eric, if you walk forward a little bit, you can see that to some degree there's dialogue here between protesters and police. And again, it is just fascinating to say that just yards behind them, a police car was burned to the ground, and now people are running. We're going to move out of the way. We don't know what they're running for or what they're running about. We've seen types of things happen where people just break out in a silent run. I don't know what they may have seen or what may have happened earlier this day. Things were being thrown at us. We don't know what that was about, but we do know that we hope that things do not take a violent turn. We hope that this dissipates at some point, but there is a lot of anger out here among people who came to peacefully protest. All in response to the rejection of authority to abuse of power. Thank you, Haley. We do know that Governor Kemp had earlier posted it, actually saying that there was no right to peacefully protest. He was concerned about this COVID-19 and was encouraging many of the protesters to please, as he had given out his executive order yesterday. He had asked all Georgians to wear face masks when they're public. Just from looking at the left of your screen, you see a handful are in masks and the majority are not. Mayor Keisha Bottoms, she has been seriously Donald Trump. She wanted Atlanta to have a right to protest, and she is sympathetic
one shot with a mod officer. And this really for many of these protesters, but of course something is going on. Let's hear Brittany Miller. Brittany, I'm not sure if there is something happening, if someone coming out to talk to them. It seems like they've been wrapped up against walking towards these protesters. And we heard one officer say, "This is your final warning to disperse." As you can see, none of the protesters moved. Again, putting on those vehicles, putting on those helmets and getting those even putting on the gas masks. So we're not sure if they're going to walk a little bit closer, staying at a safe distance, and listen to what we're hearing. This creating that barricade that I've been talking about all day, and protesters not letting up. And protesters are getting a little bit closer to those officers as they continue to stand together in this line, not letting protesters. One person holding up a sign with their hands right now, telling me 4 people are on that bus. They have been arrested, they have been detained after today's protest. Officers, again, lining up for whatever can happen next. We are back here where the officers are this is probably the safest place we could be, but you don't want to be here for too long. So that gives you an idea of what is to come. Again, they are giving warnings to these protesters that they need to disperse immediately. Protesters are not budging. They are here to demand the justice that they've been seeking all day long. Keep in mind, this protest started at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun has set, the sun is going down, and the protesters are still out here. They have marched all across downtown Atlanta, starting at Centennial Avenue, making their way up walking around the bridge and going up to the Capitol, turning around, and then coming back down here, and that is where the mayhem began. But it is not over. It is not over by any means. The signs are still high in the sky. Officers are still standing firm, and so are protesters. So of course, we're going to continue to stay on the ground. It's very quiet compared to what we've heard all day. Remember the visions of that mayhem that we saw earlier. So it may get out of hand again, of course. Officers are running back here now. We don't know why they're running. We don't know what they're grabbing. But things can definitely change in the next few moments as we hear protesters running in the crowd here. But of course, I'm going to keep a close eye on what's happening here, and I'll send it back to you.
No peace. No peace. Hey, boy? We out here with it, man. Bringing awareness, baby. What's up with it, boy? We out here with it, man. Bringing awareness, baby. Thank you. Oh, sure, yeah. Thank you. Hey, anybody need some water? Need some water? Y'all need some water? Some water? Need some water? Hey, anybody need some water? Y'all need some water? Anybody need some water? No problem. We appreciate y'all, man. No problem. No problem. We appreciate y'all, man. Listen, I'm on double live, so you gotta turn on your post notification bell because listen, I'm on double live, so you gotta turn on your post notification bell. But look, man, hey, listen, if you really pay attention to what's going on, behind the scenes on a live. But look, man, hey, listen, man, I'm really paying attention right now on YouTube. So hey, behind the scenes live at the protest in Minneapolis, Minnesota right now. It's peaceful right now. We're gonna try and keep it that way. We got 5 minutes away from the curfew, so we're gonna see what the police do to respond to the crowd tonight. See if they take a peaceful approach, like they said. Take a peaceful, strategized, like safe way of apprehending people. So we're gonna see what they do. Look at my live right now. Sorry,
Right, do you fear that this will be the headline? These people who are damaging the buildings are kind of overtaking the message.
No, I'm not capping. You got Well, I'm saying I just gotta move my car, and then I'm gonna come back out. And I'll put some Yes, sir.
So when you see the CNN signs, when you see these U.S. you see the graffiti, and you saw the police cruiser getting smashed earlier, you're not on board with that. So do you understand why people are lashing out in that way?
Broad Street Bridge there. We have a handful of officers going down there.
And certainly a lot of protesters.
That's what's happening. Yeah. I don't know, Mom. Look at my
I guess trying to get members of the SWAT team moving in right there. They do have their guns. Look, they got their guns out.
Yes, sir. Justice must be served, huh?
It appears that these officers are sort of regrouping, if you will, down here. And that's just beyond Civic Center Drive on Broad.
That's a negative.
Bicycle unit is headed back down Broad.
Please let female this pain and people do that.
They're throwing water bottles at them.
Check on 5 on.
Go ahead, 34 for RT. 3509, checking on you.
Retard rate.
Affirmative, you can disregard. 3196.
Too sure what is
Konabuy will see you guys.
Spread out right now.
Getting their gear together for whatever is going
Yeah, I'm headed for
Are those cars on the bridge there?
3307 right now.
This is a guy in that location for the front trip has 1590 Joseph E. Boone Boulevard.
And preparing for the next phase of trying to disperse the crowd.
3490 yeah. 3606 radio.
We were told to put air
7102.
So they are set up right now.
No, we gotta be with the people, nigga. Scoot that, try to get with the people. Man, scoot that big motherfucking construction sliding shit over, nigga.
3109 radio.
Go ahead.
Should get in front of him, go around the block, huh?
Bicycle unit is back.
So check the interstate, we're not male walking on the interstate. 12, and then it just dropped me off for 5:30.
I need all y'all to go over to my YouTube channel right now. My link is in the bio. I need all y'all to go over to my YouTube channel right now. My link is in the bio. Go over there and check out my YouTube live if you want to stay on here, man. I see 65 of y'all on here. Go get on that joint right there, man.
3401, Officer Sutton.
3401 Officer Sutton. Unit 7 for the
Hey man, since we got 4,500 people on this live right now, I need y'all to smash that like button. Listen, I need you to get on there and subscribe to my channel right real soon. Listen, I'm trying to get to 50,000 subscribers real soon. I'm trying to do that by the end of the week. Help me get there, help me achieve my goal, man. Share this profile to everybody that you know that might like this content or likes cars. I do a little bit of everything.
You were saying to conserve. I guess if you see something worth shooting, pretty much all of them worth shooting.
Later, everybody don't come down.
The color originally gave apartment J. It looks like there was also a call from apartment B. Expressway.
Man, I wish I could get 6 places at one time.
So again, let's recap. So right now, a lot of officers with SWAT gear right here, down the street. In this corner, you have the mounted gear. And here, you have the bicycle unit.
Have we remeasured your unit? What's going on at 41?
3402 B. Baker.
Wait a minute. 3503.
It's 803.
Units at this time we have 3 calls.
803. We're officially out after curfew right now.
What's going on for 41B?
Everybody, curfew has just began.
Server dispute, 3350 Mount Gilead Road, 335 Mount Gilead Road, Southwest, Department A out of 6. It's going to be female caller, dispute with her friends and family at the location. Caller advised someone inside the apartment stole her money. She about to be ready to 3506. Case is to be potential public health risk.
Walk down 91 radar, copy actually. Front Street here.
Did you make contact with the person at 1075 Peachtree Street in West 45A?
Hey guys, I want to let y'all know I'm going to be restarting this live here in about 5 minutes. I'm going to restart this live in 5 minutes. We're going to start it over.
Okay, repeat.
George Floyd! 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 George Floyd!
So we're now back in front of City Hall.
Prosecute the police. No justice, no peace. Prosecute the police. Prosecute the police. Prosecute the police. No justice, no peace. Prosecute the police. No justice. I need everybody on this live right now to smash the like button right now. I need everybody on this live right now to smash the like button right now. Smash the like button, man. Fella. Appreciate you guys. Big support. Appreciate you guys. Big support. No peace. Prosecute the police. No peace. Prosecute the police. No justice, no peace. Prosecute the police. We'll never be defeated. Be defeated. Be defeated. Thank you. Justice for George Floyd. Justice for George Floyd. That's what we out here for, man. This is what the fuck we out here standing tall for. Get a good picture. I guess keep it. Go. I guess keep it going. Right here, Tracy Battle. I forgot I didn't do another chat right now. I need y'all to smash that like button. I need y'all to subscribe. I need everybody in this chat right now. I need y'all to smash that like button. I need y'all to subscribe to my channel right now. Right now, man. Just subscribe to my channel. I'm trying to get to 50K subscribers. I want to just mob. Help me out now. Let's go down. What are we gonna do? I want to just mob. Well, we can't just leave this joint right here.
Everything else goes wrong. When you don't get treated right in Atlanta has been
Bro, you do fucking burnout. Bro, you gonna do burnout? Bro, let's do fucking burnout. Bro, we gonna do burnout. Come on now. Hey, you wanna go around the block?
Man, y'all see what's going on. Out the window with it, huh? Got check, yeah. Niggas ready, yeah. Go around the block, huh? Hell yeah. Got to. Oh, there go 12 up there. Yeah. That's 12. Yeah, it is. I know what, nigga, this is a driveway to go in this parking lot. I don't want to do that type of illegal activity. It's awful. Okay, so I still gotta go around. See that on? But this is the first cop I've seen since we've been on lockdown now, guys. That's a hard ass picture. Look at the knee right there. Yeah, let me see what Atlanta's doing. Let me see this shit. They gotta be tearing this joint up. If they burn this, they didn't burn our city down. This is so surreal, bro. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Hey, listen, guys, look. I'm about to get off this live right now. I gotta restart another one. My phone backing up and all that stuff, but I'm about to jump right back on the line. I'm gonna call that one out after curfew. Oh shit! Look, they got a building on fire over there. Oh fuck. Oh shit, man. Look, I'm gonna call the next one out after curfew, man. Live in Minneapolis. Hashtag George Floyd or Justice for George Floyd.
Responsibility to us to make this better. Right now, we don't want to see one officer charged. We want to see 4 officers prosecuted and sentenced. We don't want to see targets burned. We want to see the system that sets up systemic racism burned to the flag.
Sorry, everyone, I kind of
Vice President
healthy dose in the eyes.
White man said
trying to
fundamental laws
get that under control.
Naturally, the superior race. And the Confederacy was built on a cornerstone. It's called a cornerstone. The cornerstone that blacks would always be supported. That officers lead us because he killed that man on family. In this city, officers have done tremendous things and they have been prosecuted. In this city, you can find over 50 restaurants owned by black people.
I'm okay.
I didn't say minorities. I didn't say minorities. So after you burn down your own,
meet you.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
So my question was, on the other side of this camera, is after the bomb, charge guys like the Phoenix out of ashes.
Let me hold this for a minute.
Use this as a
You take care of yourself.
not do what it said. In fact, we got good enough to destroy cash. We don't have to worry about going to jail for something. We got smart enough to decriminalize marijuana. How smart are we going to be in the next 15 to 20 years instead of this curve? So that much like the South Africa suffered apartheid, you had Andy and other politicians
Trying to get some in your eyes.
Atlanta said Coca-Cola, we love you, but if you don't pull out of South Africa,
yeah. So Columbus police, their helicopter is parked just above. Columbus police did have a bike patrol right on the edge of the road here. As you can see, we're right in front of City Hall. The bike unit is just right here in the middle of the road, right in front of City Hall. So basically what Columbus police are trying to do, if Brian hasn't caught you up, guys, this is Lacey Chris. They are trying, excuse me, they've deployed some more pepper gas. They're trying to keep everyone off the streets. So basically, as people approach the officers, as they approach the mounted unit, the bike unit, they've tried to push them back. You have a handful of people who have pushed against the mounted unit, who have pushed against the bike unit several times. And so we've seen maybe a half dozen people taken into custody, being handcuffed and taken away in the paddy wagon.
Have to be better right now out of our homes. Because if you lose it now,
so Columbus police are trying to keep the crowd basically contained right in front of City Hall. They ended up last night down in front of the Capitol. A lot of damage was done to the State House.
I would like for the Atlanta City Police Department to bring back when the Dallas Johnson was formally under the chief.
He's across the street.
Because we need to get ahead of before an officer does some stupid shit. We need to get ahead of it. That's my reputation.
So we've seen a lot of water bottles being thrown at Columbus police. As soon as we see a bunch of water bottles being thrown at police, that's when police deploy their chemical agents and their pepper spray. Brian's going to walk out here just a step. You can see they're trying to push them back a little bit this way. But as I said, the crowd is really throwing a lot of water bottles at Columbus police. Columbus police, for the most part, are just kind of standing there, trying to keep everyone out of the street. But as soon as they get a lot of water bottles thrown at them, that's when they're starting to deploy the chemical agents.
Looks like the police are advancing a little bit.
So I'll take it, you can see there is Columbus police helicopter. They're, of course, keeping an eye on the skies, of the crowds and how they're moving, keeping a good communication with Columbus police on the ground. Now, I talked to Mayor Andrew Ginther earlier today, and he said residents certainly have a right, and hear more flashbangs here. Columbus residents obviously have a right to protest, but he said he was hoping that tonight would be more peaceful than last night. He said they not only supports but encourages the protest, but he didn't like to see the damage to the businesses, especially a lot of those businesses that just reopened and have been closed for several months because of COVID-19.
I was telling people on this feed earlier that you've done a few stories with the mountain unit, and it's really remarkable to see how they maneuver through these crowds, how they use the force as a way to push back.
And you know, we've seen a couple of times when they had just left in front of HQ and were kind of marching down the street. The mounted unit really pushed them back. And it doesn't take much for the mounted units to get in their line and start pushing the crowd back. We did see one guy who started pushing back the horses. One of the female officers, he really tried to push back the horses. And that's why they took him into custody. They pressed his hand, took him into the alleyway. They don't want to see the officers hurt. They don't, I mean, Columbus police obviously support First Amendment rights. People out here, their right to protest. They just don't want to see anyone hurt.
All right, so large crowd gathered. Thank you for the water, by the way. Lacey, my savior
We might
with
be
the
moving
water.
back the intersection. It looks like they're controlling that intersection of Hiawatha, probably because it's a main thoroughfare.
People
They allow
running.
them to use the highway. Look at all those projectiles, less lethal, and tear gas. It looks like
I had to
the
get
police are
Lacey my
restraining
phone.
back.
I could not open my eyes
They're gonna leave this area
for about 10 minutes.
Not really sure why.
When you get hit with that agent and you try to open your eyes,
Sent me on
the air just
National Guard was stationed at while they were protecting the firefighters who were putting out the blaze.
This is a moment when people are feeling a lot of stuff.
People are now moving up.
Fed up. As I stand in this moment and I look at my journey, I have to make an appeal to my brothers and sisters.
keep in mind we saw this last night as
Because
well.
I realized
after several rounds of pepper spray being administered to the crowd, we saw a long period last night where there was a good
a lot
gap
You'd like to know more about
in between protesters
and the uprising
and police officers.
We haven't had the time or the capacity to put out an intricate, in-depth report. The uprising of these last 3-4 days.
the son of this nation.
We'll also try to get some more videos out to you all
He said
that
to
are a little
us,
higher quality than these live streams. So again, thank you all for joining us. We're here in Minneapolis. We're on Snelling and Lake Street. Tear gas is being shot at the crowd. There's an 8 p.m. curfew. Everybody's disobeying that curfew. Everybody out here. Press, I guess, because evidently the press are exempt. Just coughing. Helping each other. Restraining each other. Melting. Whatever else.
Once again, we're hearing orders from the PA system on CPD, that vehicle there. Emergency in the area.
Show me what unity looks like. This is what unity looks like. Show me what unity looks like.
There's a bunch of youth out here. There's no specific leader.
Oh man.
This is organized through
Something hit me in the
their
side.
own grassroots, organic approach to life. They just come autonomously, do your friends,
Continue marching.
I guess I think it's about to get really interesting.
An emergency has been declared in the area. You are ordered to immediately leave.
There's a lot of issues with the cultural state.
Regardless of your purpose,
will
be in violation of Columbus City Code and the Ohio Revised Code. The police will remove you
How
from
to
the
deal
area.
with sentences, how to deal with locking people up. We see here, there's people still, even with people talking about abolish the police or
So
abolish
now
the
this order is
specific
basically
states
saying
or
no matter why you are here, you could be
institutions,
subject to
systems.
arrest.
You see, I'm gonna stop that part. You see the police were shooting, and then they were throwing tear gas.
Where?
Right there.
Where's the traffic? Shot him. And there it goes. Oh shit.
Emergency declared in the area. Ordered to leave everyone, regardless of their purpose, here tonight.
They look to be okay. They did fall. Wow, they've shot a lot. They've thrown a lot of tear gas already.
This guy seems to have some sort of firework.
Some of this was before I came to. There was dispersal orders. Given. People been on the street basically for the last 4 days. Been no stop. Been no problem. Did they leave? Yeah. That unit just left. And that truck back there on the right.
Nathan still over here.
This is the security unit that these corporate news stations take. 1, 2, 3, 4, at least like 5 security guards.
You get it?
Big old burly guys. That's how the corporate media rolls. They hit up these situations. They have security with them all the time. Large corporations in there. I think some of the local corporate media, they don't. Sorry about the static. I'm trying to change that.
I mean, we are talking 100 or more officers.
Hold it up, let me see it. Wait, come. Can I read it?
There's glass in the roadway.
Yellow smoke from Defense Technologies. You want to throw it over? Yeah.
I don't know if you can see that. That is all glass.
Thank you. What do you think about this?
Fucking absolute bullshit. Unlawful use of unnecessary force.
All Safari Land Technology. Lethal munitions. Wow. Those guys are
You okay?
Right, really good news.
When this all started, I saw a big basket of bottled water.
It ain't rubber bullets.
When you see water in this type of situation, you're it's not most likely going to be for drinking.
How y'all feel out here?
Good. How you doing?
All right.
Justice for George Floyd.
They got everybody
You know, I
scurrying.
tell people, you ain't got to use violence, you ain't got to throw nothing. Use your voice, and the police will hear you. Minnesota will be heard across the state. Minnesota will be heard across the country, I promise you. Justice for George. We hear you, boy. We hear you crying out. I hear you. I hear you. Justice. Justice.
You want to say anything?
Fuck the police!
Yep.
Yeah, Julian, let me know who you want
Thank
me
you
to talk
everyone
to.
for coming out to this beautiful
The reason
protest. We're actually
that I
here
don't
right
shove
now in the heart of it.
this phone
Lake
into
Street and
somebody's
Midtown
face in these
Station.
heated situations.
I got Jody and Brianna over here,
because
right here.
more often
We're
than
here
not,
from
what you're
Hibbing,
going to get
Minnesota, which is 3.5
is a
hours up north.
cursed-laced rant.
And you know,
We're here for a reason.
We
We
just
all
want to be peaceful.
understand that.
We don't want to be angry. We don't want drama or anything.
Once things
but
calm down, I'd love
we're
to
gonna do
talk
what
to
we can
someone or a
to
handful of
survive.
people.
Do you care about the curfew?
No.
Certainly get their story. I would love that.
You knew the curfew was happening. You still drove 3 hours to come down.
Definitely, yeah.
Trying to minimize as much
It's about the movement. It's not about the
cursing and
curfew.
obscenities
What
as
does the movement mean to you? The movement means no justice, no
Yes, sir.
peace. If there is no justice, there will be no peace. Thank you.
So that's where that announcement's coming from. That SWAT.
All of this was graffitied up this last couple days, and now it was cleared last night. ACAB is getting back put up.
We're still live munition. What kind is it?
Because I feel like I should warn you, I have no idea how much battery is left on my phone. It wasn't full charge when we started this about an hour and a half ago.
What up? How you doing? Hey, hey.
Yeah, Jeff Fairchild, I hear you, bud. I think you've certainly heard that tonight.
Left the National Guard.
Where's Don?
Thank you.
I got the battery back.
So where we are, this is Front and Broad. Police have this entire intersection.
They have a little station to make.
Kind of sectioned off.
Describe what you're doing here. Help subscribe to the tear gas.
Literally just got hit with a
help
rock.
this. Fuck flow.
everybody's ready to be a leader because we're disappointed in losing our leaders. Our leaders get shot, our leaders get assassinated. So maybe this is a revolution that will change the last 100 years of history in this country. But perhaps it's just another wave that is leading up to that revolution. And we just have to keep going and stay in our hearts and lead with love. Thank you so much.
Violence has been decided, and another main point that channeling that anger, they all admitted that people have the right to feel how they were feeling and why. No one downplays the severity of why, and the downplay the severity of the injustices that land with this blames injustices that's lying Trans bottoms took her time coming out to make sure that Trans bottoms took her time coming out to give us to make sure that all interactive to give us the right demographics, passion, and statement there. And made a lot of ways to statement there. And made a lot of ways in terms of and that's what she's saying. A lot of these people are making and that's what she's saying. A lot of these people are starting to see how the landscape expresses itself. And even I have a lot to learn, not being from here. But what I've learned from Native Atlantans is that this city has always protested peacefully and have gotten its point across. Atlanta has been a place of refuge for Black people and for Black people to be successful. And now things have taken a time. And as you've been watching with us, we do want to apologize for some of the language and some of the briefings that you've been seeing. This is a lot of very fluid situation. And we do see some of that passionate speech from
Jay Clips actually had to close from the coronavirus pandemic, which is still going on. Obviously, it's sort of second day news for a lot of these folks out here. You want to speak? Who's good, man?
Not to burn down your own home and look for your enemy. He said it is time to plan, to organize, to strategize, mobilize, participating in federal citizen and he said it's our responsibility to make this better. We have to be better than this moment. This is just
I hereby declare this to be an unlawful assembly. I order all those assembled in this location to immediately disperse. You must leave the immediate vicinity. If you remain in the immediate vicinity, you will be a violation of the law. No matter what your purpose of the meeting must
to calm this situation. We're going to send you out now to Blaine Alexander, NBC correspondent. Hello, Blaine. What are you seeing out there tonight?
We're going to loop around the yelling. Come out the other
right control de no fuerza física, el uso de agentes de control y pueden ser registrados no letales. Pueden causar heridas a los que permanezcan aquí o en cuales pueden causar heridas a los que permanecen aquí.
So right now I can say we are about
over the evening, guys. I've been out here since about 4 o'clock, a little bit before 4 o'clock this
60
evening. It started with what you saw, several hundred people, maybe more than
70 yards.
filling the streets of downtown Atlanta, marched from here near Centennial Olympic Park to the state capitol.
The front line of officers that you see.
It was after some of that crowd returned, that's when you started to see a few
For that light that blocked off that intersection.
CNN center being broken into, windows
So that's good news. I mean, earlier we were seeing protesters walk right into traffic.
Just within the past 15 minutes or so, literally as the mayor was
So at least now it seems that Columbus police have some sort of a perimeter. Keep in mind that there were hundreds and hundreds of protesters, and by doing what they're doing, they've kind of separated those protesters out. Here where I am, there's the SWAT vehicle again. Just trying to stay with my photographer right now. We're moving back. I'm not sure why. It doesn't seem like police are. So we're going on our way.
That positivity resonated with
We do have backup options to stream.
still coming through.
Almost
a lot of people,
we do go
as one reporter asked in
after
that
2.5
the possibility
hours.
of more people coming out at a later time than they are
Continue to
It's supposed to start at 7, I think.
a one-night thing.
DPD
And so
headquarters
as we're witnessing this, we
started
have
closer to 8.
Right?
happen again. We have Ryan
Thank you all
standing
again
by
for
live now
everybody,
on
for
the ground
new
from
followers,
the location to give us perspective from
the
you.
supporters.
Ryan, where are you tonight?
For the new followers, we are 501c3 education and nonprofit organizations
Centennial Olympic Park.
dedicated to exposing
20 minutes ago,
and bringing
there was a
content
final announcement over the bullhorn that they
to the
were
root
rolling
cause
crowds to
issues.
disperse. Otherwise, they did in
as well as trying to explore we try to bring some of the alternatives that are out
wiping their eyes, putting saline solution into their eyes, pouring milk over their faces.
One such thing
That does help.
I'll bring up. Yesterday I was wearing a VLMA shirt.
Even as far
VLMA
away as
is
we
a
were, even
worker.
just breathing, just being here in the area, it
A
really
worker,
just kinda made your eyes really start to
occupied.
flutter.
Someone wrote
occupied.
justice for George Floyd
Soon after that, we do apologize for some of the
in this
security that was taken.
bus stop.
Soon after that, we did notice, I think
Funny
we saw
because
that
me wearing
frame
that
shot that
actually
we just
made
saw,
the news in Greece.
that all of the officers
I'm
that were
wearing
in the full-blown riot
only a
started
TV
closers
shirt
and
today.
unorganized
Only a TV. Independent organization. Independent organization. Very much like things are live. They're check them out. We have a special assignment. The workers seized the factory, took over the production, seized the means of production, and started producing their own ecologically friendly cleaning products and soaps. And they've been there for 6-7 years now, 7 years I think. The government has tried
this was the first time we had
to shut
heard
them down. The solidarity from the community has been so widespread that VLMA still
So I'm not sure who this person is.
great soaps. And they also help out the refugees and the refugee
It's a protester. Appears to be a
folks have been knocked out.
Keep in mind, officers have said
block and a half away.
everyone needs to leave regardless of their purpose if they stay.
More and more people.
Could be arrested regardless, again, why they're here. Protesters.
They had walked away for a bit, but
Unicorn
they
Ride always
started to come back.
also focus on many other topics. Check that out. We focus a lot on police killings lately since our inception in 2015.
Night 2 of City of Columbus unrest.
And also partly because
A difficult couple of nights it has been
community to get their voice
for the
heard
city.
on.
Last night,
Because essentially what you see in mainstream media and the corporate media,
many businesses were broken into.
It's a narrative of the police.
Some had looters.
It's handed down to the media. That then gets dispersed towards the public. All these shops are boarded up, you see.
The State House was broken into.
So the reason why that matters is because the stories that people don't get diminished. The victims of police terror ended up being victims of the police narrative. Demonstrative.
I don't have.
The man is standing there.
I'm going to have to cross police line.
They're closed too. Property can be replaced. George King.
You all work here at all? Yeah. Wants to do it though. Because all of my gear is. Do you want me just to do a phone?
So did your business get hit up at all? And to you, George Floyd mattered more. You have insurance.
Yes, sir.
Anything else you all want to say?
This seems to be what officers are firing into the crowd. It's a kind of a wooden cylinder.
Hey, and we need a rep for the other three.
Yeah, I grabbed one. That's what
Been here for hours. Nathan. And there are a lot of people who are kind of pushing back towards the Ferris wheel right now, still standing out here because they still want to be part of this. They still want to see what's going on behind the scenes. Vandalizing, we have seen a little bit of
once they declare an emergency area, whatever area they're working in, they can shut that down. Can I ask, I'm with 10 TV, can I ask you why you're here tonight and why you're possibly risking being arrested?
Yeah, I know. I just got my ass.
Not too long ago, tear gas being deployed. That came after Atlanta police officers gave a final warning trying to get the crowd to disperse. We saw people running and moving away from that line of officers coughing, the smoke in the air in the background, people covering their face. But throughout the day, we do know that some people seem to have come prepared for this. We saw people with milk earlier in the day, which is something that people can use to try and combat some of the
I appreciate you talking with me. I do.
You know that some people came prepared for these types of situations. A lot of people are protesting other people who may feel like these reasons.
950. Here they go. They're going back to the
Maybe it's weird, but can you do me a huge favor? Can you just hold this for me?
The nighttime hours that things are steadily catching on fire. They'll put them out, and then something else catches on fire.
There's Don. There he is.
I don't know if you all know, that's a Cadillac Pond. Cadillac Pond had some of their goods to be expropriated. And the owner of Cadillac Pond ended up killing one of the teens, one of the youth that was expropriating some of the goods. And can you take that compared to the 17th and lake? You're saying property concealed. The Georgia can't. And then you compare that to this case, and to the case where you have storefront owners sitting there with their guns threatening to kill people over the property. Again, it's the same sort of concept of valuing property, valuing profit over people. And again, it's rooted, in my opinion, if you want to take the...
So I'd say police gave the order to leave the area.
Oh, you got an MC. Yeah, Redneck MC. All right.
40-ish minutes ago?
They couldn't see the street.
What they said was that an emergency has been declared in this area.
Make sure it doesn't get vandalized. As we were talking about and imperialism.
I got you. Get on the sidewalk. Get on the sidewalk. So where they moved was up to front. Pepper spray down there. It's hot. Yeah, it's still hot. This lady's about to come down here.
Continues on because we've already seen some destruction of property in that with that Atlanta police cruiser. We saw 9 of them damaged, including that one that was set on fire. We also saw some vandalism done to that CNN sign, and we also saw windows broken out at CNN at the CNN Center and then the Konabuy restaurant. And we're still not sure. It looks like now.
Oh, you got a rag?
You
good? Yeah.
anybody found any keys real quick?
Sorry for the shakiness, trying to keep our distance, but still kind of understand where everybody's going.
And so this is a different generation. When we're seeing that live video, we are seeing very young people out there expressing themselves in this way. Now we're seeing the comments of love, and we're seeing on the right hand side of the screen from the camera that is in the past. And this was the heartbreaking scene
So now we're at I'm not sure what street we're on.
Approached and is now following through in Atlanta. I do want to bring back a comment because Ford asked Governor Brian Kemp about possible protest earlier this week during a news conference, and he said he wasn't concerned. He said that he thought things would be okay, and so I think this situation is playing out much differently than what we have seen with protests in Atlanta before, and much differently than what people were hoping and expecting to see in terms of the protest here in Atlanta. I think that there were
Oh, yeah! We got an attorney! Anybody to get arrested?
With these protests, I thought makes it more difficult for first responders to get there. Or an area where major protests were happening, so this fire may have been set with a small group that may have walked away
Check.
Thank you.
CNN Center and from Central Olympic Park and
Thousands of people came together to march
right now with the amount of fires
The police seemingly retreated. Perhaps retreated the not right word. Not the right word. They have regrouped. It seems like down near where they started from. So naturally, now that these protesters know that, they're starting to walk back down the street. What's that?
Good evening, I'm Aisha Howard. For those of you who are just joining us here at the top of the 10 o'clock hour, we are live over the scene of protests in downtown Atlanta, George Floyd in Minneapolis, and Brunswick, and Breonna Taylor in Louisville, Kentucky.
Now we're having traffic turn. To my knowledge, it's been blocked off. Police are still down there blocking out this section. Something's working out loud.
Of protests. We have not left your side, bringing you around-the-clock coverage, just giving you perspective from the ground and from above in our crews as they are trying to maintain a safe distance to really allow us to see exactly what is happening here. In the city of Atlanta, the places we call home, if you are a native or not, seeing objects and buildings and vandalism at a level that people who have gone through the history of
Indeed, the mayor.
I saw you last night on the live stream. I appreciate what you got.
Oh, no problem. I can't take care of it.
You're right.
But thank you. I appreciate that.
Well, if you care about the city, then go home. She also said that the protests were a disgrace and urging everyone to stop destroying the city. Very powerful speech as well about the African American experience in America.
So moment.
And now they're running again.
I've seen 2 cars on fire tonight. We saw one about 4 or 5 hours ago.
Shoes was a building right on the corner that's gone across the street. Sort of that vacated area.
So that is going to be our central just joining us.
Yeah. That burned down about 2 years ago.
Give a ground take Where did Lacey and Jeff go?
At the art studio, so really
That one in.
So it looks like everybody's going to the 5th precinct.
The CNN Center, they escalated from there with facing the CNN logo, the sign.
Yeah, I know I was muted. I know.
Torching one there. Protesters also making their way on the I-75, stopping the traffic there, forcing the authorities to clear the pathway
And this was the way that people said they were
businesses here
resorting to
This precinct is up. 10 more blocks.
This all started over the George Floyd death. We've mentioned that multiple times, and that obviously is 1,000 miles away in Minnesota. Was there any
George Floyd.
as to why baby says why Mayor Bishop Rose Bottoms is urging people
8 blocks south. Hold on 1 second. 8 blocks south. Chicago and 38.
Hey, Bill. Clark's Grove, represent.
Yeah, so we're out here right now. You see the entire line of police officers right here. So a majority of the crowd has gone to that fire that is right behind us.
It would seem that this road has been reopened.
There was a fight that broke out between some of the protesters.
This area was chosen for the protest.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
So more and more people are coming down this way.
It is worth mentioning there are protests planned for tomorrow. There is a peaceful protest being advertised on Twitter as peaceful for Sunday afternoon with a lot of
to save him from getting harassed by people at his house, to save from the outside, from the public world.
Think about it, right? When anybody else get arrested for murder, they show, especially when it's publicized, they show videos of motherfuckers getting arrested. Those people are on the ground. Where is it? Where is it? There's no arrested video of him getting arrested. At all, whatsoever.
Here.
So I got pepper sprayed straight in the face. All I did was yell at them.
Are you okay?
Vehicle's on fire back here.
It's a
level head on her shoulders. Did she seem to know that other things were planned, or did she bring that up on things that were localized activism coming out?
So now we're back to the situation where cars, traffic is being stopped by these protesters walking in the middle of the street.
And obviously people on Facebook were saying that they were going to attend.
So a majority of the time, things kind of settle down. They go in waves. They'll settle down, and you'll see people out here that's still being calm. You know, there's a handful of people here and there who are, yelling things at the police officers or yelling at and then something happens. And whatever that something is, whether it's vandalizing one of the buildings, whether it's breaking in, whether it's setting fire, whether it's police firing, tear gas, or pushing back, that's when those emotions go from 0 to 100, and that's when people start to get very angry. They start charging back at the police officers. People start running. Again, we've been seeing this all night.
And so she was just telling me that she was wondering who was responsible for putting this event together, because obviously you don't want outsiders coming in, causing destruction in a place that's not their home, and then heading back somewhere else. That's just, that's terrible to think about and terrible for folks to do.
This type of behavior, and a lot of them started to go towards that area. But I do want to also say that there are still a lot of people out here who are still, they come up to me and they're saying we don't like this violence. We're not part of this. We're still here just to protest. We don't want our message to get lost. And then, so there's still people who are out here who just want to protest. And we also have seen, again, we've been seeing this for the last couple of hours, that people have parked in the parking lot. They've actually shown up after the main protest has ended. They've shown up because,
down Beatty's Ford Road, and I believe the police are taking them to the precinct here in the area, the Metro Division headquarters.
That might make sense as to why they were trying to clear the block in front of Metro Division, not just for safety and division, but also to have a place to take people they were arresting if they ended up arresting people, and they have. CMPD started arresting about an hour ago. Let's get the setting. Keep listening, please, but I'm going to go ahead and reset the stage for anybody joining us now, okay? So keep thinking, and if anybody or anything happens, Alex, in the next as you're just walking along with us, how this thing has progressed just in the last hour.
Well, I usually talk about this about an hour ago, maybe a couple hours ago. My main concern, if I'm a law enforcement official there,
Thank you all for joining me. We're here in Minneapolis, Lake Street in Portland. In a moment,
I'm going to be putting out fires in the street, every time that there's something
crossing the precinct,
there's something happens, I've got to try to figure out a way to rally the troops once again to respond or to react to that situation. So
no idea where the police went.
The 4th precinct last night.
Please cut me off. Keep listening, but let me go ahead and reset where we are, okay? 8:15, we were watching CMPD officers. It was still daylight. 8 o'clock.
2,000 or so people up there.
driving down there, even though they may be squirting
At least.
pepper spray,
Probably.
as soon as you get them in pepper spray, they take off running, but they walk
With us sort of being in the back end of the march
right
now.
See the protesters getting up in the faces of. You see some walking peacefully away. But just
darker, I'm going to become more reactionary than responsive. In other words, I'm going to be putting out fires, so to speak, you know.
Ooh.
Every time that there's something breaks out, as you
get the
can
fuck
see
out
there
of
in
here.
the park, or something happens on CNN, I've got to try to figure out a way to rally the troops once again to respond or to react to that situation. So now it's become a lot more difficult.
Complexity of feelings among African American officers, particularly in Atlanta. They hear these insults. They've been very seen in Minneapolis. Can you talk about the complexity of emotions and the feelings?
I ain't there for the run, boy.
With the insults.
I'm not finna run, boy. I wouldn't even chase a bitch. Not finna run, but I'm finna walk my ass.
Well, you know, it is conflicting. I would say that right when that happened, especially what happened over there in Minneapolis, a lot of my friends and I got together on social media, and we were going to go to police chiefs.
I really want to go back in that bitch.
History repeats itself.
Absolutely not part of police protocol. Not trying to editorialize this.
But I smell that tear gas. No.
And disturbing and upsetting for us to see this police officer take that action. And knowing that he was an African American, you know, we put ourselves.
Man, I'm careful. I'm trying to keep a distance. Y'all talking about some get it down. Y'all talking about something getting up close there. I'm trying to stay away from all the people that breaking shit. Glass reflecting, trying to get a good view.
But as a police officer, you still have to go out there and do your job. You can't be subjective and look at it through the blue.
On me, when you see black folks run, you supposed to run type shit, but nah.
As a police officer, you still have to be objective. You still have to go out there and try to calm order without bringing your
on me.
Now, this has been the experience in another encounter to add on top of everything going on. Now we've added this night. We've added this in the memory of people who may be emotional right now. The goal was to move forward. Where do you think this takes us after a night like this?
It's going to be a restart. We're going to have to reboot that communication between the police department and also the community as well.
Ain't no cap, a nigga hungry. I done told my ass I should get something to eat before I come out there, bitch.
Various officers. I don't know if this is a huge step backwards. Killer Mike pointed it out, also T.I. in there as well. They feel like it's just a few people who have come to the city just to start trouble. But the majority of Atlantans know the reputation of the Atlanta Police Department and Chief Shields and the mayor and their objectives in wanting to maintain that communication between the police department and also the community. So I don't think it's personally, this is me talking, I don't think it's a major setback in Atlanta, but other parts of the country, which I've been observing on some of the network news in Los Angeles, Minneapolis, obviously, Chicago, Houston, other parts of the country, I think it is going to be a major setback to be able to reestablish that trust between the African American community and law enforcement.
So,
it's
Ron,
tough.
It's about 10:15 now, and Atlanta police have been very, very I hate the term standoffish, but they have stood back. They have witnessed this. They have maintained their sense of order and discipline throughout this. At what point, if more burnings go on, if more property destruction, more torching of vehicles happen, where they do move in? Is there at some point where enough is enough and it's gone on too long?
Yeah, I guess it depends on the manpower. A lot of times these agencies, what they have to do is ask for mutual aid. So in other words, they're going to have to reach out. I'm not quite sure what their strategy is, but sometimes they have to reach out to other agencies within the metro area, whether it's Decatur, Sandy Springs, Fulton County Sheriff's Department, and ask for mutual aid if it gets out of hand and they can't handle it themselves. At this point, I think for them, it just appears to be a wait and see where this takes us. And I know a lot of folks probably want them to take action, just get in there and start making arrests or chasing people around, but that just may add more fuel to the fire, so to speak, and really blow this thing out of control, that some of the agitators and the instigators may want to see that happen. But that's going to be a call of Chief Erica Shields. It's going to have to be a very important call and a tough call from those command officers to decide when do we move in and start aggressively rounding people up, and when do we call for mutual aid? We've already seen state troopers there. So the state is involved right now. State troopers are there to support, but when do we call in other officers to try to squash this situation?
Looking at windows that have been broken out now in front of the Omni Hotel there, as this protest is now moving into its 7th hour. We are still also monitoring the scene that you see on the upper right-hand side of your screen with these vehicles on fire. It started out as one, but now it clearly looks like from that wider angle that it is indeed multiple vehicles or some sort of a structure there that is on fire. And Jeff, we sort of anticipated as we saw that emotion and the vibe go up and down that the nighttime hours wouldn't bring us anything good. And we sat back and we hoped that we wouldn't get here, but we're here.
They oftentimes do not in these, and we have seen these protests over the years, over the last decade, where the nighttime hours have been the most dangerous, and they have escalated with anger and violence and property damage. I must tell you, I see these pictures on the left of Centennial Olympic Park, and my mind is sort of dancing and thinking not only to the Olympic Park bombing during the games, but the symbolism of what the Olympic Park has represented in Atlanta. Really good times, whether it's concerts or the games themselves. It always has been a place of whites and African Americans and people of all cultures that have come together and used that as a central point, with the National Civil Rights Museum and Human Rights Museum there, and World of Coca-Cola. It is a very symbolism of what Atlanta represents in terms of trying to create bridges between cultures, between people, and the celebrations that we all have taken part of in that great park that was helped created by Billy Payne and Ambassador Andrew Young back in the early 90s, when this area used to be nothing but old warehouses and dilapidated buildings, and it was an absolute disaster for the city of Atlanta. They cleared it out, they turned it into this park, which has been a celebration of the diversity that Atlanta represents. And seeing these images tonight, quite frankly, I think a lot of us are choked up by seeing it.
We're taking a look at this aerial view. We can't exactly pinpoint where the bulk of the crowd is. We are seeing a lot of traffic down there. It's not like the traffic that we saw out there earlier, where protesters shut down a little bit of the highway. We're looking from above, and it seems like the chopper is also trying to locate where the crowds may be. Looking at those windows that have been broken out there at the Omni Hotel, we do see a lot of fire crews out there, as we are dealing with multiple fires happening outside of the Embassy Suites, which is across the street. Now, this started all about 4:15. Now it is 10:15, but they started actually gathering around the 3 o'clock hour, and the crowd got so big they actually took off marching through the streets of downtown Atlanta quite earlier
than expected. Again, as we look at this view, Jeff, we're not locating from the air a big bulk of the crowd. That looks like law enforcement officers that are walking together. So we're going to try to see if they have been able to disperse them. A little while ago, within the past hour, we heard a big boom, and that was the tear gas that went off. There we see a little bit of a larger crowd, but none like we saw earlier. They did go ahead and start to deploy those irritants, tear gas and pepper spray, which people came prepared for. They came with milk to treat their eyes for the burning, as a signal to say, no matter what you do, we're not going to leave. Despite the warnings, we're not leaving. And that's what we're seeing tonight, Jeff, as we've now located a little bit of a crowd there.
And it began so differently. It was a peaceful march early in the afternoon, and then it escalated into the destruction of the restaurant at the CNN Center, the fish restaurant, McCormick and Schmick. And, you know, now we see this silhouette of people walking along Centennial Olympic Park while the fires continue to burn. Let's check in now with, earlier in the evening, we spoke with Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, and she held a news conference and spoke to reporters, spoke about her outrage of what she was seeing tonight.
Let me just speak to what's happening here today. Above everything else, I am a mother. I am a mother to 4 black children in America, one of whom is 18 years old. And when I saw the murder of George Floyd, I hurt like a mother would hurt. And on yesterday, when I heard there were rumors about violent protests in Atlanta, I did what a mother would do. I called my son and I said, "Where are you?" I said, "I cannot protect you, and black boys shouldn't be out today. So you're not gonna out-concern me and out-care about where we are in America." I wear this each and every day, and I pray over my children each and every day. So what I see happening on the streets of Atlanta is not Atlanta. This is not a protest. This is not in the spirit of Martin Luther King Jr. This is chaos. A protest has purpose. When Dr. King was assassinated, we didn't do this to our city. Man, niggas is really out here wilding. So if you love this city, this city that has had a legacy of black mayors and black police chiefs and people who care about this city, where more than 50% of the business owners in Metro Atlanta are minority business owners. If you care about this city, then go home and pray that somebody like Reverend Beasley will come and talk to you and give you some instructions on what a protest should look like and how you effectuate change in America. This police chief made a video on yesterday, pull it up on YouTube, where she said she was appalled to watch the murder of George Floyd. This woman did.
I knew I was gonna lose this nigga. Man, y'all follow me on Instagram, man. Man, I'm off this bitch. My shit finna die. Y'all go ahead, add me. Y'all go ahead, add me. Follow me on Instagram. I'm finna go live in a minute. Well, the moment my shit say 10. Hear me? Hear me? I can't right now, hold on. Man, I'm finna go live on Instagram. That's why I'm saying follow it. Oh, they ass getting ice cream and clothes. Damn. I ain't showing no faces, Fiji. Calm down. Cause it was some wild ass shit to see.
what's going on, from why they're there, the message again. Obviously, the notification that came out today was they're going to be there for George Floyd's death, and that's what we have on the TV screen so everybody can see it right now. That is what they said they're there for. But there hasn't been a lot of messaging coming out in the past hour and a half that we've heard. But you there with your eyes and ears, have you heard any more on any of the word choices people are saying on the message on why and the motive of everything?
No, and I believe earlier.
That's the chief right there, I think. Oh, yeah, that is.
Yeah, that's her.
Trying to keep the peace.
Came.
We down in the
Somebody shot over the bridge. Somebody killed my cousin. Somebody killed my cousin. Yes, sir. Y'all don't say nothing. Y'all sit back and watch.
How the fuck is that like that bitch when we got carpool? Somebody answer me that shit.
No, it ain't that. Y'all gotta respect that she came out here with the. She came out. I ain't seen no chief come out in the middle. And damn chief, I done seen him come in the trenches. Come on, man. And then shit, people. I haven't seen one. In none of the cities, damn chief done came out on these streets like this. Come on, man.
They know. Hey, let him speak. You see the way y'all stand up for them? Y'all need to stand up for us like that.
Oh, trigger!
Stop running! Look at her.
Hey, don't play no
Vehicles that are just off to the side of the area.
Yeah, it's pretty good bag.
Just trying to keep a tag on things, try to observe the area. Right now on the ground, it looks like there's a vehicle that's running in the middle of the street.
Hey, should have got mine. Woo!
Officers obviously are still kind of keeping their line formed on the street, and some of the protesters I can hear now are chanting some choice words, some negative words, of course, about the police, Molly.
And again, peaceful is okay. The mayor has said that. City Councilman Malcolm Graham has said that. Everybody who's come out has said, voices can be heard. Please protest if you feel you need to for what you feel passionate about. Do not get violent. So right now you have a little bit of a heightened visual of standing on a car from a protester, but it is not violent. It is not violent at this point. And there have been other cities, Alex, we've talked about this a couple times, but for the people who are just joining us and sort of tuning in to say, oh, what's happening in Charlotte? This is what's happening in Charlotte live right now. This is what's happening in our backyard, in our communities. Other cities have been on fire. Atlanta has had a lot of problems tonight. Last night, I'm sure many of you saw the visuals coming out of Minneapolis and St. Paul, the Twin Cities. Los Angeles had thousands of people walking. It was peaceful on Thursday night. New York has had arrests this evening. New York has had protests. Columbus, Ohio had protests. I'm mentioning some cities I know of for sure where I have seen visuals from, and we have heard reports from law enforcement confirmed about those protests and demonstrations. There are other cities across America that had said they were going to have protests as well. This was Charlotte's. This was, as Alex reported, from a group that a local activist who usually has her pulse on the sort of finger of what's going on of our community said she wasn't even sure who was organizing it, and she told Alex Giles that other people were coming in for the protest. Sometimes that happens in larger cities. People come in for larger protests when they feel passionate about the issue, even if they don't live there and it is not their community. George Floyd's death was clearly not in our community. It was 1,000 miles away in Minnesota. It is eliciting reaction across the country in communities across America, even though he was not a North Carolinian. It is the issue at hand. These communities have said earlier today, although they are not having any messaging or motive coming out this evening, that this is why they were going to be protesting and they wanted justice to be served.
My first smell of tear gas.
Thrown throughout the evening.
Whoever might.
I thought he was just going to get ready to toss
I need some milk, I know that.
No such thing.
I'm right next to Frank Kelly. I don't know where Andrea is.
She was here a minute ago.
But she's not here now. Are you, we need to know, are you getting his feed? His feed alive.
Okay. Now I'm in the middle of
it. This is basically, I would say it would be
damn, big little pussy. And young. That fucking tear gas.
It's been a while.
I'm standing right next to him.
Connect here in just a second.
I would say that means, hey, this isn't what we had agreed to. This isn't just a peaceful protest.
There doesn't seem to be any real organization.
This is not bad. You guys need to go. And that's essentially what kind of happened after they started making those announcements.
Get going!
We've seen them not arrested. People leave the area. People out of the area.
There was no sense from you on exactly how many protesters because they've been split up here in one area. Do you have any
So
sense
at 9:50, I'm going to move to the south a little bit. Looks like they're congregating a little bit more over here.
Sure.
It really is hard to say. I would say just
But cops don't seem to be following them.
No.
I'm kind of looking for John.
Let's take the nice wide berth this way.
There's probably like 40 of them that are just within a few yards of us. And that's not counting the officers who are at the other end of the block right now. As we mentioned, they kind of split the crowd up tonight, pushing a large group of people one way.
pushing a large group of people the other way. Just out here next to us, I would say you're probably looking at close to 40 officers here when you factor in the folks who are on the front line, the folks who are just behind them, and then you got some more officers who are in these vehicles that they've been using to transport supplies back and forth.
And it won't turn over tonight, Alex. Yes, I mean, the fact was, speculation, the fact was that the group was growing, protesters were growing as a group, and the law enforcement was growing as a group, and the equipment started to grow as well, especially as night fell, which was not uncommon. But I was just wondering if you had any sense now. Again, it is hard to tell whether it's from you or from the Army's perspective because the group is split up. The vibe out there, that is something only you or Ron can tell us. We're seeing the same thing you're seeing thanks to John and his live camera. The vibe, the sense, what you feel and see, is there anything different with that than just even half an hour ago? How is it?
Especially when you're a sports guy.
I think things have been at a standstill here for probably about a half hour. They've continued to push the group back down the street. They've reached a point where they're probably about a football field away, 100 yards away from the police precinct. And for a while now, they've just had their space with the protesters for probably about 25, 30 minutes.
Oh, sorry,
We've still seen things that have been flying over, whether it be water bottles or flying in, and they've been relative to police. But there hasn't been any sort of clash. There hasn't been anything extremely violent. It's still tense. There's still been yelling. There's a lot of people yelling across the street over at the police officers. A short time ago, we showed you those live pictures of a young woman who was standing on top of a car.
Versus
So
crowd.
it's definitely still at a point where it has de-escalated. Uh-oh, looks like officers are now, they may be deploying some gas. That's what it looks like.
Well, that has happened earlier tonight. That is not necessarily new.
Yes.
But it is.
Yes.
I want you to head to the break. Get to the break. Stay
United, we can never be divided.
Damn boat.
Together, united, we can never be divided. United, we can never be divided. Together, united, we can never be divided. Together, never be divided. Together, united, we can never be divided.
I love all y'all, man. They scared, man. I love y'all, man. I love all my brothers, man. Y'all stay home, man. Yeah.
Particular, they've identified them.
Specifically, yes, several arrests have been made.
On the fuck, y'all ain't pulling out the bail. Y'all just spread it.
That's mainly the charges that we have to.
Cars are still trying to make their way around downtown Detroit
Yes, he was.
in the midst of all of this
So,
chaos.
yes, we through all of that. He was arrested. Right now, what I have is pointed to the there was a police back at the taking from him.
I'm at Randolph and Congress. Protesters mostly behind me. Police officers.
We began to receive rocks thrown at us, bottles thrown at us. They started instructing some of the already traffic. then we report to you, we report to you the status control, and that's where we stand the most. Correct. Well, there's no way to know exactly what's going to happen. The first thing is we can first facilitate the first block. We put those limit stop ways in this right. We can adjust for the jail for game control. Put your knees.
What you need to be on the knees for? I want to say something. You're all right. We ain't scared of y'all. What's up?
Very simply, damage to property or a window smash, breaking of property is theft, and throwing rocks and bottles at officers is assault. That's how I think.
Knowing the emotions across the country and you leading the police department for a big city.
I'm thinking what most big city chiefs think. We got to be prepared. We hope for the best, prepare for the worst. We're going to maintain the safety of our citizens, our officers, and property. That's our mission. And I tell you, I understand the frustration. I've been very clear on that. I haven't minced words, but we can't tolerate assaultive behavior. We can't tolerate damage to property, and we're not going to. So, unfortunately, that's what happened tonight here and other areas across the country. And we got to continue to be prepared as we move forward. I'm trying to make sure we have cooler heads prevail.
And Chief Putney, you are not known for mincing words. You are a direct man that says things exactly and how you feel. So while you have this platform, before we let you go, when you say you understand the frustrations, even if you've said it before, say it again now, exactly what you mean by that. Please.
Listen, the incident that happened that cost Mr. Floyd his life is cannot have damaged property. We cannot have windows smashed. We cannot have theft. We have to have order, and we're going to. It's pretty clear to me, and that's pretty simple, and as simple as I can make it.
Chief Putney, thank you. Chief Kerr Putney, CMPD Police Chief, we appreciate your time. Is there anything else before we let you go? We know you have a busy evening and a lot of things to keep in order. Anything else you want to let the citizens of Charlotte know?
Yes. You should be proud of your Charlotte-Mecklenburg police officers. I am very proud of them. They showed restraint, but they took care of business as we're going to. I'm humbled by the work. Now we got to get prepared for whatever we might see in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chief Putney. We will, of course, check back in with you over the weekend, and if things, as they go this evening, hear from CMPD, we appreciate his time. Chief Kerr Putney is not a man who minces words, and he explained his frustrations, but also said you cannot have assaults. And that has been what a lot of various elected officials have said throughout the evening via social media or point blank to other cameras. They have been saying you are allowed to protest. We understand protests. We understand demonstrations. They cannot be violent. And early on, we saw, when it was daylight turning into evening, we saw some protesters trying to keep other protesters from turning violent. There have obviously been arrests, as Chief Putney said. There has been some destruction. There has been some violence. There has been some police cars, he mentioned, and the bicycle that was taken from CMPD. But you did see protesters trying to keep other protesters at some level from heightening it to something that we've seen across the rest of the country over the past 48 hours. We also on the phone now, I think we have Charlotte Mayor Vi Lyles. Mayor Lyles, are you there?
I am.
Thank you so much for letting us take a little bit of your time tonight. You tweeted out earlier, you're allowed to protest, don't get violent. What is your main message to Charlotte tonight? Is that it?
You know, I have several thoughts on my message, but the first main message that I have to say is that we've worked really hard in our community. We've gone through this, so it's painful to watch this nationally, to watch what happened in Minneapolis. So what I understand from our own experience, from my experience as mayor, is that we need to have protests. We need to have activism. We need to have people step up and say, how do we change this dynamic that we have between our races and our poverty and our policing, and how do we deal with that? But at the same time, I also have to say that we were having a protest in the very community where African Americans have served many of the efforts that we have in this community. And so we need to be respectful of our own heritage and our own geography and our own neighborhoods. And I don't see that violence helps us very much do that.
Have you been able to see the images on TV tonight, Mayor Lyles?
Yes, I have seen the images tonight. It's, as I said, it's both numbing to watch because we've gone through this as a community, and now what we're seeing it's national. It's an issue that at one time you could kind of think of, well, this is my community or this happened in Minneapolis. But what we know now is that this is a national issue. And as the chief said just before, he says that watching that officer lean on the neck of that man, Mr. Floyd, it was just, I just hope that we all understand watching someone like that do that is they don't understand the sanctity of life.
When you saw that image, it came out days ago and went around the world fast and certainly hit Americans hard in various ways. When you saw George Floyd on the ground and that image happen and his death, what was your reaction in knowing that you are a leader of a big city and thinking about the ripple effect across the country?
Well, first, I was grateful for the leadership that we've had in this community that really said we are going to change the way that we work in policing, that we're going to have de-escalation training. We're going to actually make sure that we incorporate so much around what's new and different. What I've heard is that the method that they use to restrain Mr. Floyd has been very controversial. And what was even more startling is that there didn't seem to be anyone else around in a uniform that said stop or wait. And we've taught our officers that it is okay to self-report or to report others, that we set up places and ways that we can have that kind of accountability. So one, I was grateful for that. But at the same time, I understand that this is something that's bigger than Charlotte, it's bigger than Minneapolis, and it's deeply entrenched in the way that many people, for example, calling the people that are protesting, not understanding the pain that they're feeling, the sadness, the frustration. We've got to give ourselves some grace and recognize that not everybody lives in the same way in this country. And we've got to do better to understand that.
Mayor Lyles, knowing that you say you understand the frustration and not everyone lives the same way, how would you classify how Charlotte, but you also said we're not in Minneapolis and we're not going to where Atlanta's going tonight, some of these other cities in America. How would you classify how Charlotte is handling this tonight? Not just the police department that your city works so closely with, but just Charlotteans. And that you believe in protests, but then this is what we're seeing.
Well, the very first thing is that many of the leaders in this community have called me tonight to say, you know, what can we do? And so when I think about this tomorrow, we start and we say, okay, we know what happened last night, but what's going to happen tomorrow, and how do we engage our neighborhoods, our communities, to, again, begin just to remind ourselves that in this city, we have a conversation, and it's a difficult conversation, but we're going to have it. And that's the difference that I think makes Charlotte a place that we've been able to achieve so much. And I think that we have to continue to work on it.
I want to ask you about Councilman Braxton Winston. Were you aware he was arrested?
I have been told that. I have not confirmed that.
Police Chief Putney just confirmed he was arrested, and if you didn't confirm it, if you hadn't known it, then I was going to ask you what happened surrounding that arrest leading up to it. Do you have any context for that at all?
I do not. I have not. I have been
Still trying to make their way.
talking to our faith leaders, our neighborhood leaders. People in this community have been so generous to call and say, our expectation for our community, I hope, would be to continue to have protests and continue to hear and listen to people, but to plan for it in a way that we can do it safely for everyone.
Mayor Vilaus, anything else you want to make sure that Charlotteans and the city you lead hear from you?
Yes, I can hear you.
You know, I have to say that as not just as mayor of the city, but as someone who's raised her family here, someone that believes in the neighborhoods that we have and know that where our strength comes from having good and safe and healthy neighborhoods, that we have to understand that we are knit together, not all alike, but we are knit together by a cause that says that we have to live in a community where people can live and work together and not separately. We can't go further into this divisiveness that we see across the country.
I got
Mayor
you. Can you hear
Vilaus,
me?
thank you for your candor and saying you understand the frustrations and where it's coming from, but also wanting Charlotte to be somewhat peaceful and how it lets its voice be heard. I appreciate your time tonight. Anything else you want to make sure we hear from you before we let you go?
You start there. I'll tell you to turn around.
We're going to go back out to see some of the live pictures out on Beatty's Ford Road. And if you're just
What?
joining us,
I know.
we have been following protests on Beatty's Ford Road, West Charlotte, the quarter, that were planned for hours.
Protesters standing on the corner of
So
Randolph
police
and
were ready,
Cadillac
protesters were ready. Everybody knew they were going
in downtown
to
Detroit.
happen in
Do you
this
think we can get
area.
across the street?
Ron Lee is there. They have gone, Ron, from calmer police walking on the ground with protesters to getting tear gas, a little more
Police are
heightened.
retreating.
Where do things stand now as we approach 11 p.m.?
And the protesters to follow.
Well, myself and my crew did get a brunt of that shit. Burns your face completely, gets in your lungs. You start gagging and gasping for breath. You just can't. You can't take a good solid breath without everything burning. That goes on for probably a couple of minutes. Why that happened is because police right now are fighting this on two fronts. They've got the front where Alex is at right now, where they are, of what I understand, using the gas down there as well. But they've also got probably about 100 people over on the opposite side. So it's definitely a two-frontal fight. They did use the gas, as I said, about 5 minutes ago, and with the air currents, it brought that right down to us. It did disperse most of the folks down there, but police are definitely keeping up a hard line, making sure people don't get down here. Right now, for probably about a quarter of a mile, there's not a lot of activity in here. The police have got everything pretty much cordoned off. But on both sides right now, there's still a lot of anger, there's still a lot of confusion, and a lot of people trying to get their point across, but not feeling that they are being heard at this point. And that's what's causing this. That's what's kind of stirring all of this emotion up, is that people want their voices heard. That's understandable. But when you get to a point where rocks are being thrown, where tear gas is being thrown, that's where the communication really breaks down, and that's what we really have to get past tonight. Molly?
Well, and Ron, we just heard from Chief Putney and Mayor Liles, and both said they understand the frustrations of the protesters, and they understand the message of what they're upset about. Are you hearing that message out there? Are people talking about it?
We are hearing that message out there, but it's coming from angry voices. And as you well know, when you're being yelled at, you tend to kind of shut down. You don't want to hear the message because it's coming at you with such harsh tones. And I think that's kind of the problem right now. Police out here, obviously, it's not their job to negotiate with these folks. It's their job to move these folks out of here, clear the streets. The people are trying to talk with officers, but they're doing it in such harsh tones that you really can't respond. Nobody's listening to the other side as of this point. So police are trying to get everything secured down here, and we're hoping that actually I'm looking down the road and I'm seeing a lot of the officers pulling back to the main office. So maybe this thing is beginning to wind down, but we may be out here for quite some time as well. We'll just have to wait and see who pushes what buttons.
As a fact for you to know, Ron, Chief Putney said he did believe it was starting to wind down. So if that helps you as you are out there and helps our crews as they are out there with Alex Giles as well, please know that's from Chief Putney saying he thought it was daylight and now it's turned to 11:03 p.m.
It's a difficult time for our city. It's obviously a difficult time for our country right now with so much going on, not only the pandemic, the job losses, unemployment that so many are feeling, and some of those effects of that disease actually hitting some of our minority communities harder than most, the unemployment also hitting those communities harder than most. And then you have on top of what happened in Minneapolis, and it just became a very difficult situation. And obviously some of that frustration bubbling over here tonight. But again, to give CMPD credit at this point from what we have seen, it was a challenge for them. You heard Chief Putney just talking to you, Molly, about how his officers were there. They were watching the protests. It was peaceful. They were going
Detroit Free Press in downtown Detroit.
to allow that to happen. That is our right in this country to do that sort of thing. It's when it crosses the line, though, and you start to see some damage happening to certain things, that then they begin to move and take a different posture. But it is encouraging tonight at 11:04 that perhaps this is beginning to wind down this evening and not continuing to scale up, because that's what we have seen in other cities tonight. So that part, I think, is encouraging, and if we see these officers moving back towards the Metro Division down there, and perhaps now they have secured those streets and push people away, I think that's probably a really good sign.
It was interesting that Chief Putney and Jamie, I know you heard that conversation, said we gave them Beatty's Ford Road.
Yeah.
And that phrasing I thought was so interesting. We gave them Beatty's Ford Road because you could see that.
It was by no means the majority of the march.
The video showed that. The live pictures from Alex and Ron and our crews out there showed that officers went out there, split up the group, and did give protesters a place.
Right.
It was when rocks were thrown, bottles were broken.
That we saw in the 1960s took place in some of that areas, and then down into the city of Charlotte. So this is an area that is obviously enriched in that neighborhood, and you heard the mayor mention that as well, that this is a part of town that is obviously important to this community.
Take the flash off.
See some of the pictures here of some of the arrests that have been made here tonight, but again, you saw what looked to me from watching it from a distance as you guys were covering this tonight. Police trying to show as much patience as possible for as long as they could, but then when it became clear that they were concerned that perhaps there would be some greater damage that could happen, and obviously they're going to always be worried about injuries, that's when they began to do some of their tactics here to push that crowd down the street, break it apart into two parts, and obviously they were pretty successful in doing that. Obviously it's tense at the moment when it's happening. But I think the tactic that they have trained for, I think you would say have worked right now.
I think you could say that they have worked. We made that point a couple different times, and Alex Giles and Ron Lee both said it, and their opinion is certainly far greater. What they're seeing is not opinion, it's fact. What they're seeing is far greater than what you and I can surmise through looking through their live pictures. But they said it wasn't highly violent. They said it was destructive, and it was certainly scary at times, and you didn't know what would happen, but that it wasn't what we have seen in some of the other cities. And I want to ask our producer, Brian, was that video we just saw of that man being arrested live? I thought that was live because we hadn't seen that earlier. So people are still being arrested and taken in. It wasn't chaotic. It was taking a man into the police station. He had the zip ties around his wrists and being detained. You don't know why, but arrests are still happening. And again, now you can see that the pictures are live. So it's still going on. It might be, we hope, sort of diffusing. As Chief Putney said, he thought it had been diffusing. And originally he said about 250 people, maybe 50 or 75 at the height of it. So hundreds of protesters. And other protests, Jamie, you and I were talking about this earlier today, are planned for the weekend. So it's not something that just popped up. It's not something like 3.5 years ago with Keith Scott that within 1 hour the city was irate and things were happening through social media live and everybody was reactionary. This was a planned event, not just for city leaders, but for protesters.
And I think it will be interesting, Molly, to find out, and you had this on the air a couple of times tonight, where they're out-of-towners who came into this and began to mingle in with these crowds, and that's perhaps where some of the flashpoints that we did see, the few that we did see happen. We hope that's not the case. You know, this community has issues who are hurting, obviously, as I mentioned before, compounded now by a global pandemic and the unemployment that's created. So a lot of frustration, certainly here in the community. One thing about this case, though, Molly, I think that really jumps out, and I'm talking about the George Floyd case. I can't remember too many times where we've had these sorts of cases that have happened where you've had almost unanimously across the country police chiefs coming out and saying what they saw bothered them a lot, sickened them, it was wrong, those were not police tactics being used. And we've seen that really with statements throughout the country from various police chiefs, sheriffs, etc. So I think in this case, particularly with George Floyd, everyone kind of has a sense there that, boy, that was not, you know, what we would expect to see, you know, in some of this. There's some video from Braxton Winston earlier in that video earlier in the evening. Under arrest, we understand, tonight, correct, Molly?
Yes, he is under arrest. It had been uncertain. We saw a scuffle. We have video of him getting in a scuffle and police bringing him, so sort of broke line and brought him back behind the line. We weren't sure if he had been detained or arrested, but we asked Chief Putney live on the phone, was he? And he said yes, he was. He didn't know the context around it, and Mayor Lyles had heard about it but didn't have facts. Braxton Winston was there. We saw him on Facebook Live. That's when he was in the scuffle and then was detained and arrested, the police chief confirmed. Braxton Winston was there calming at some level the protesters, and it is such a poignant image that we saw earlier in the evening, and really this one as well. But when 3.5 years ago, the image all of us saw of Braxton Winston was him shirtless as a protester in the face of the police line, protesting, and then from that, he ended up becoming an elected official, and he is out in the community often. Choice way, but she said it's a controversial tactic, meaning it's not totally approved.
No.
And that is what I think has hit different law enforcement agencies across the country and really hit all of us in our hearts as we watched that video.
Well, we heard Chief Putney say it earlier today that there's been so much work done in the community. He has been to countless neighborhood meetings trying to work on these community policing issues to gain trust in the community. He will freely admit to you that when he was a young person, he did not like the police. He became a police officer, rose to the ranks of police chief in one of the largest cities in America, trying to work on these various issues. But he said this particular case and what happened this week in Minneapolis has set us all back, and that was obviously very troubling for him to have to deal with that. WBTV's Alex Giles has been on the ground all night long. Alex, give us a sense where you are, what you're seeing right now.
Yeah, Jamie, I'm on Beatties Ford Road. That's where we've been all evening. It's been very, very interesting to watch the systematic approach that the CMPD has taken to try and disperse this crowd. We saw them earlier in the evening with a bunch of people gathered outside of the Metro Division headquarters here in Charlotte. They ended up pushing the crowd back in either direction along Beatties Ford Road. It got to the point where we must have been at least 100 yards away from that police station as the officers slowly started pushing the people out and the crowd started to disperse. What they've done in the last 15 to 20 minutes is start moving back the other way. They continue to block the street, as you see here, but the group of officers will fall back line by line down Beatties Ford Road, and slowly but surely they're opening up the street. And we've seen more cars that have actually come down the road, and of course once they get to the officers they have to turn around and keep going. But as the officers do that, it's allowing traffic to flow down the street, and we don't see as many protesters. There are still a few people hanging around, walking in the middle of the road. But it really appears the tactic that they were using, at least on our end, to try and disperse the crowd, it appears it's been working. Jamie, Molly?
Alex, let me just jump in. One quick question I have for you. As you watch all of this unfold tonight,
We have seen this in other situations and in other cities. It can only be one or two people that can really spiral things up and make it seem much worse. Did you get a sense that most people were standing back just sort of watching and it was a handful of people causing trouble? Give me kind of a sense for that if you can.
It was a big mix earlier in the night, to be completely honest with you, Jamie. We were right by one of our news vehicles chatting with a group of folks who were probably middle-aged, and they were very responsible. They were just kind of out there observing, almost as we were, just the crowd of what was happening. But you had some folks in there who were just very, very reckless. You had some folks who had kind of signs that had a message that they were trying to convey. But it seems like some people who were out were just trying to stir up controversy. And unfortunately, for a time period when things started to get a little out of hand, I would say that that was the majority of the group, is the people who were just out there to stir things up.
Our Alex Giles there live on the scene. Molly?
Well, Alex, we've been talking to you all night, and we appreciate your very calm coverage of what's going on and his take of what was out there. I was going to ask him if he got a different sense, because I don't know if you were watching earlier, Jamie, but when we first went on live, I'm thinking it was about 9:30. We went to Alex and said, Alex, what is it like out there? He was in the face of things, and he said, I'm going to be brutally honest, it's scary. And then half an hour later, he said, I feel better. And I didn't know if now, maybe about an hour later, there was an even different sense. It does feel like there's an undercurrent of more control. The mayor sounded that way. Certainly the police chief said that was a fact. So I didn't know from the boots on the ground and from Alex and from Ron. And we also actually have our Paige Peroso out there right now, who's just sort of come into all of this. Paige, are you live? Can you hear us?
I can hear you, Molly.
Okay, Jamie and I are here in the studio. Thank you. You've just kind of gotten out there. Where are you right now in relationship? We've seen a lot from Ron Lee and his vantage point, and a lot from Alex Giles. Are you near either of them?
So I'm near where Ron is. So there are two barricades right now with police on Beatties Ford Road, and we're kind of in the middle of the two. So there's a crowd behind me. You can see the police lined up, and there's a crowd behind them. And then in front of me, where you can't see, another line of police, and then a smaller crowd in front of them. So just right here on Beatties Ford Road.
You do a lot of stories with CMPD and with the police department. You talk to a lot of officers. Have you gotten a sense from anybody tonight that you've talked with about this, or just sort of how it's all going and what's happening in the country, if you haven't talked with anyone tonight? But you really do talk to a lot of police officers. I'd love to hear from you what they're saying to you.
Well, like you said earlier, it's a much calmer presence here. I was also watching, as a viewer was, the Facebook Lives and the tweets from Ron and Alex of this scene around 9:30, where it was a little out of hand, as Alex said earlier. It has calmed down a lot, but I spent all day today while I was working, listening to what Chief Putney was saying about how even though Minneapolis is 1,000 miles away from Charlotte, it still affects how police relations are here in Charlotte, and these protests are obvious of that. As I've gone on scene just about the half hour or so, we have seen pepper bullets and been pepper sprayed and things like that. But police officers are checking on people. They checked on us as we got a big pepper spray, as that we were downwind from that happening, checking on us and checking on others. When I was on the other side of this before I met up with Ron, I did see officers kind of trying to control as best as possible the people who are still here, but they are using these tactics to try and disperse the crowds as best as possible. Again, when I got on scene about a half an hour ago, I did see a lot of traffic leaving the area as things were getting more in control from police, but doesn't mean things have stopped completely. Just about 15 minutes ago, we did see someone getting arrested and pulled into the station as things are still being handled here on Beatties Ford Road.
Paige, thank you to know that you got there about half an hour ago. A lot of people, saying, okay, this is happening in Beatties Ford Road area. This is happening in Beatties Ford. This is happening in West Charlotte. Why does it matter to me? It's our city. It's our communities, and different communities have different voices and want to be heard. Are you hearing messages down there, Paige, from anybody, from protesters or anyone even? It's a neighborhood. There are people on porches at one point sitting there and watching on what's happening and what they feel and what they're saying.
Well, I think they want their voices to be heard in some way. Although this incident did not happen right here on our streets in Charlotte. Again, I've heard from community activists, from people on the streets, and from our own police department that these kinds of incidents affect how police relations work all over the country. Chief Putney said in several interviews this afternoon, on Instagram Live's interviews, that he knows this was going to affect how the community views a police officer. Even though it wasn't a CMPD officer involved in this incident, he knows that the public will view all officers the way. And he said it's frustrating, as he has worked and the entire department has worked to better these relations with the community. He says one incident and one officer doing something can affect how anyone views a police officer, and this reaction has resulted in these protests and some of this damage that we've seen tonight here in West Charlotte.
Paige, that's such a good point. And Jamie Bull, I know you and I have talked a lot about that, how police relations work. And Paige, you bringing up how Chief Putney has been out there in the community all day today, Instagram Live, different platforms. CMPD had a Facebook video today trying to talk about the police relations of Minneapolis and how they impact Charlotte, that it isn't just a one city thing. You know, all of us, things, messages, videos, words travel very fast in our day and age, and something that can happen 1,000 miles away can impact Charlotte on a Friday night.
But those images are certainly encouraging, the ones that we have seen here over the last 30 minutes or so, of that looking very calm out there in front of the Metro Division Precinct headquarters down there. Obviously, those are very different pictures, and we're seeing some other places around the country. That is something we certainly want to continue. And if Molly, if we can get through this evening with a bicycle, then was it stolen or damaged in some way, and a few windows, I think we might look at that and say, okay, we got through that. Hopefully then we can continue this dialogue that you're talking about, that the chief has been talking about, and that these things can continue to move this city forward. Because as mentioned earlier, we all know there are issues here, and that is something that's still being worked on. The mayor just talked about just a few minutes ago, and they are working on it. And I can't help but think, too, you mentioned Braxton. It's now in government to make decisions, to have a voice, and that's where some
open carry.
Obviously still feel that they don't have that voice, and that is something that we have been seeing in other places around the country. And Molly, as you that way, CMPD, though, obviously keeping its posture.
Thank you. I'm going to go up in a parking.
You're up right now, not knowing here what's going to happen here in the hour.
Oh, maybe not. There's some
Ahead, they're going to stay ready. They want.
They wanted to have safety with voices heard. That is not always the mission with various police departments around the country. That is something CMPD has said tonight. And yes, arrests have been made. Yes, it's been tense. Well, this is our city. It is our community. It impacts all of us and all of these people that you're seeing live here. Mm-hmm. Even if they're not involved and they live on Beattyford Road sitting on their front porch thinking, what is happening on my front street?
Sure.
They live here. People in Charlotte are people of Charlotte, and we're all Charlotteans. So how this plays out and how it's being reacted and seen by the city is a really important image for all of us to take in.
And I want to be clear here, the video you're seeing, this is videotape from earlier of an arrest being made. A handful of those at least have happened here tonight. And you can see at that point the body language of the officers is very much different, as they have some of their shields up, perhaps their rubber pellet guns as well. if needed. They were protecting themselves, obviously, as well. We've heard from the police chief earlier that some items were being thrown at those officers, but if you looked at the live picture just a moment ago that we had up, you just got a sense the body language was different. They were kind of standing, the officers maybe taking a breath for a moment, talking to each other, perhaps feeling, at least for this moment, that they have this thing under control. That, again, is certainly a positive sign. As you can see here, Molly, as I was just talking about, with the officers now on their bicycles right now. That is a scene that is welcome, as opposed to what we saw here in 2016 when we were talking about rolling in troops. It was a very militarized look. That's not what this is. And that's part of the de-escalation. That's part of what CMPD, that's the message they want to have out, is that, yes, these officers are there, they're approachable, and the chief has been talking about that in the bigger context of community policing in our community. How do we de-escalate these situations so they don't rise up to the level where an officer has to fire a weapon? That's obviously something they are trying to avoid at all costs. And you can see some of those officers now on their bicycles making their way down the street. And it looks like traffic is moving, and in large parts, at least, Beatty Ford Road is open. That was not the case that long ago.
No, you make a great point, the de-escalation. I mean, it started with officers, CMPD, respectfully walking with protesters in daylight on the ground, nobody physically touching, some even communicating. We saw it through Facebook Live and different pieces of video. Protesters talking, officers talking, a very sort of mutual, we have different sides of this possibly, but we're all here together walking down the street. Then came the bikes, and then the armored vehicles. It is now sort of going backwards as you go back down to the bikes, and obviously officers will be out here all night. Alex had reported earlier too that this is the Metro Division, as you said, Jamie. We've said that multiple times. Beatty Ford Road. It is not just Metro Division officers there. They have brought in police officers, CMPD officers who have trained for these kinds of situations and constantly are in training from different divisions. But a lot of these officers are from the Metro Division, and they work this area. They know the people that live in this area, that community policing that Chief Putney talks about. And it also must be said, we've talked about this here at WBTV and done stories with it, but in case you're watching this and don't know, CMPD officers go through diversity training. They talk about the differences of opinions in a community and how, as a Charlotte-Mecklenburg police officer, you represent the whole county and all of those people. So how you go into a situation and what you're looking at and what your takeaways are might be different than the person beside you, but how to really come to grips with all of that and police it in a way like this tonight, where you can hope that it comes off as more peaceful than violent.
Yeah, and that is obviously the goal, is to keep it as peaceful as possible, and the training that goes into this sort of thing. Obviously, as we mentioned, with 2016 that we went through, we've also had obviously major events in this city as well. The Democratic National Convention, the Republican National Convention is supposedly coming here. All things go well. That will be here in August as well. So the police, they are used to handling protests. They have done this many, many times in our community. And we have seen many of those officers, as Molly has pointed out right up front, trying to have a conversation, trying to engage with those who are very angry. And that's a very difficult thing to do, obviously, when someone is shouting at you and saying very unkind things in your direction. And then, but those officers stood there, held their ground, and again pushed them away from the precinct, because as again we saw in Minneapolis, last night, that did not happen, and one of the fires or the police stations there went up in flames.
It's killing us, so we're going behind the line.
Obviously, that was not something that they were going to let happen here tonight. So they made a perimeter around that. The van now has pulled up, and some of the officers appear to be getting inside, and where they might be headed, we don't. And we can make progress going forward.
I think that's the main point there, Jamie, making.
They're going to move people out of here.
It's been declared an unlawful assembly.
For the most part, fine. There's no real
progress going forward, because let's be clear, both Chief
trouble here.
And it looks like
Putney and Charlotte Mayor Vi Lyles aren't real or unjustified.
Most people are
so that
heading
tear gas to try to disperse people, and
that's an important point as you take away. It's a line.
Tear gas killed me. That was it.
That absolutely the leaders are walking saying, have your voice heard, protest.
Those protests that followed in 2016, the days that followed the initial violence that we saw, we did see many of the faith communities. Community come together, lead some of those protests. We saw some of the police department officials at this neighborhood right now, and you can see more of them loading up onto this van. It appears they are going to be heading out somewhere. We are working to try to find out more information about where they may be going. Our crews are there on the scene. All about at this particular street, this particular intersection. Things are under control. We hope that is the are being opened up and folks are getting through.
Much better.
But again, he just wanted to stay that way, and it's going to be a long night, obviously.
Say again, JR. Say it again.
Until we get everybody to head on home for the evening.
It is definitely a different to thwart the looting, but that it is going on in other parts of our city. Brian, producer Brian.
Was going to stay calm and have no more further problems, but as the crowd dispersed, where were they going to go? What might some of them do was the question we were sort of asking here, and obviously that is a concern right now, that perhaps there is some looting happening somewhere right now, at least reports of it, and officers are now responding to try to protect that property as well. So not over tonight. We wish we could tell you it was at 11:30 here on this Friday evening, that we were winding down for the evening. Everything was under control. Not completely at this point. In this spot, it's okay. This is one camera, one location in the city. And again, now with some reports of perhaps looting happening at some local businesses. And that would be troubling. Certainly, you know, this is an African-American community largely. You would not want to see anything happen to any business in our city, certainly. And you don't know why you would take it out on some businesses in this particular area as well. That so many mom and pop type places, you know, that have worked their entire lives to put something together to try to create a business, dealing with it during a pandemic as well, and all the struggles that have occurred. So let's hope that's not the case, but it's obviously something we're watching for, obviously something CMPD is concerned about right now and is responding to some of those situations.
Yes, and the point of Beatty's Ford Road that you're making, Jamie, that's the point Mayor Vi Lyles said. She said, we're protesting in the very community where African Americans have such history in Charlotte. And it was not clear. We asked Alex earlier, and Alex had talked to one activist. It was not sure or certain or determined why Beatty's Ford Road was picked. If it was because the Metro Division for CMPD was right there on the corner. There was no indication given as to why this area. It was just given that there would be a protest in Charlotte and a spot was picked. And the protest was, of course, over George Floyd's death 1,000 miles away. The protest happening in Atlanta tonight, I don't know, Jamie, if you saw any of those images before you came in. There are patrol cars on fire. Obviously, Minneapolis burned last night in the whole police precinct when the officers left, and we all saw that. LA has had some things. New York had multiple arrests, and I haven't seen anything updated in the past 2 hours, but there was stuff happening in LA and Columbus, Ohio as well. So it is happening across the country, and the reports of the looting during the protests that you see on the bottom of your screen, how that's phrased, it's exactly how CMPD is phrasing it in its tweet that it put out a few minutes ago. It doesn't say exactly where, but that officers were arriving to thwart and to try and prevent the thefts. That does escalate the situation. If you are looting a business, be it in Beatty's Ford Road area or anywhere else, a mom and pop or a big box store, that escalates the violence to a different level and could mean the night might not be over, as we were so hopeful that this was sort of diffusing.
Yeah, that is certainly the troubling part, because and while there are frustrations, and many of them, as we have pointed out several times here tonight, understandable, and we've heard that from across the country, not only our local leaders, but across the country, about the understanding of how frustrating this situation has been. The flashpoint, of course, in Minneapolis, but there have been other places as well, and voices again wanting to be heard. But you don't want to have that cross that line now, where we are damaging things, taking it out on businesses who really have no say in any of this that we're really talking about at the particular moment. So hopefully it's not the case. Hopefully they can get there and diffuse that situation as well, but it makes another challenge for police officers here on this evening to try to get around and make sure that they are watching as many different places as they can. In this particular spot, you can see the officers. We're hoping we can get some more information about these reports of looting to find out exactly what is happening there and whether that has been brought under control. But until we get those, we are just kind of waiting to see some live pictures and get some of our reporters who are en route to that area to see what they can find about the situation.
We heard a bang, but we're not
had a relaxed
sure
look about
exactly
the officers,
what it
Jamie.
was.
It's a perfect word choice. It is a relaxed look, and most of the protesters have dispersed. It does not mean that the city has calmed down and shut down for the night. Obviously, Snoopy
really
up
can't
in the air.
confirm
That is
what
the
it was.
CMPD helicopter. We just saw the picture of Snoopy up in the air. And it's just the beginning of a weekend where protests are planned. This could be peaceful throughout, with a lot of voices wanting to be heard. We keep saying voices to be heard. That is how it's being phrased from city council men and women.
Someone said that some people got onto the highway. I'm sure they did. Yes.
I'm on Congress Street in downtown Detroit.
Malcolm Graham represents this area, Beatty's Ford Road, and he said, "Let your voice be heard. Please be peaceful." So voices to be heard. If you think it sounds cliche, police chief, where he said, "I never thought I'd be police chief. I never liked police growing up as a young black man." So these are not statements saying, please get away and don't care. They're saying, be respectful in how you are approaching the situation. We are still waiting to hear, I just heard from our producer Brian, still waiting to hear about exactly where this looting is, trying to make sure it's all confirmed before we ever pass on any speculation to you, but certainly the facts of what our city is experiencing tonight. I've had messages and messages, and Jamie, I'm sure you have too, saying, oh, this is heartbreaking, oh, this is heartbreaking. It's also very real. It's also what's happening right now in our city. It's what's happening with the protesters, with the feelings, with the frustrations of it. And it's how our officers are letting the protests happen, and their training has gone through to say, you can come out, you can have an opinion, just don't throw rocks.
Yeah, that is the key thing, and damage. Other thing as well.
Police,
Molly, you mentioned
statement
other
from
cities that are having
witness
issues
of
here
mine,
tonight. We do have
so
some
I'm assuming,
pictures,
but
I believe a mix
what
of
it
live.
looks like.
Officers are in patrolling there tonight as well in the downtown streets of Columbus right now, trying to keep things calm and collected in that community as well. Again, these George Floyd protests that have started nationwide have been going on. Atlanta, Georgia is one of those places Molly mentioned earlier that had some real trouble here tonight. We have some pictures from there as well, and you can see fire trucks, police cars, smoke in the air as well. I know there were some damage, some vandalism, some people going after the CNN headquarters in Atlanta earlier tonight. Some really scary looking pictures there as people were banging on the glass and police officers were actually inside sort of a stairwell trying to keep them out of the building. But again, pictures here from Atlanta, Georgia, just down Interstate 85 from here in Charlotte. So some pictures, some images from other parts around the country tonight, and some cities having a much tougher go of it than we are so far. We hope it stays that way. But again, we are waiting to get some updates on the CMPD tweeting out a short time ago that they are getting some reports
right now I'm
of some
behind the
looting
police
at some
line.
businesses, and they are doing all they can to protect those properties. Again, we're trying to get you more information on that just as soon as we can. They have been working hard tonight to disperse a crowd, a protest that started off largely peacefully. Then devolved into something else, some shouting, some arrests have been made, including Charlotte City Councilman Braxton Winston taken into custody tonight. And my understanding, if I remember right from what the chief said, he was told to disperse and did not, and that's when he was taken into custody, right, Molly?
Yes, that's what Chief Putney said. We asked for context around that, what exactly happened. He said, I don't know, we're still working that out, but he was arrested for not dispersing. You mentioned Columbus. You showed us some of those live pictures, Jamie, from Columbus and Atlanta, where the CNN center was vandalized, windows broken, police car set on fire in Atlanta. Also Des Moines, Iowa. I had not known that Des Moines, Iowa was having protests about George Floyd's death. It is cities across America. Des Moines, Iowa is the heartland of the country. Now, these are some pictures from Iowa, and obviously calm here in the moment, but they have been live throughout the country because they have had issues throughout the evening. So when you have states across America, from New York down to Georgia, over to Iowa, up to Ohio, across Minnesota, Los Angeles, certainly here in Charlotte. These are states across the country. This is something that has hit people hard across the country.
A bit chaotic,
and I just keep going back to the permission given from the city to have a feeling about it and to express it, keep the violence out of it.
Mm-hmm. When you see tear gas, being used in various places around our country, it is a sad, sad picture, certainly. And then we have seen it in many places here tonight. We've seen it across the country as well. As you mentioned, the CNN headquarters. It was some stark images from there earlier tonight as, again, police were doing their best to keep protesters out of the building. They were taunting at the police officers and throwing things at them. And I think eventually they were able to keep them out of the building, so that part of it, at least they were successful in doing. Back to some live pictures here in the city of Charlotte along Beatties Ford Road near the Metro Division here tonight, which was the centerpiece for this protest here in the city tonight. Police took them a couple of hours, but they were able to move the crowds and disperse them away from that police station, protecting the station as best it could. The chief telling us there were some broken windows. A couple of CMPD cruisers also sustained some damage tonight, perhaps some broken windows as well, but you can see helicopters are up in the air in the distance there, shining a spotlight down the street where, again, there have been some reports of some possible looting going on. And again, we are trying to gather up more information on that to find out exactly what we have on that. Molly?
So, Jamie, I think we have from our Paige Perosa, who has been out there, we just heard from our reporter Paige. She is tweeting that the food line has been smashed about a half mile from this police station. So in the Beatties Ford Road area, this is the Food Lion that CMPD was saying was being looted, and you can clearly see the glass on the ground. I don't know how the windows were smashed, but something smashed the windows. It looks like it is certainly surrounded the perimeter now from CMPD officers who look like they arrived on bikes. We saw a bunch of cycling officers leave Beatties Ford Road. Again, this is very, very close to that precinct, the Metro Division. So officers from the Metro Division know their area. They know exactly where these stores are. They know who runs them and who works there and what people live in what homes. So knowing that this was happening, or getting reports, of course, that Food Lion was being vandalized, they could get there quickly. It looks, I mean, it's the same sort of piece of video on repeat that we have right now from Twitter from Paige Barroso, but it looked like things were under control there with the looting, if there was looting or possible looting at that Food Lion.
Subsequent
well, we saw them getting on the bicycles, Molly. It's about a half mile down the road, so not too far at all. So yeah, as you pointed out, they were able to get there very quickly. From what we're understanding is that they may have been some people inside that store for about 15 minutes. Before officers got there and were able to run people off at that point. Obviously the windows are damaged, so the building not secured tonight, so there'll have to be security there now throughout the evening. But again, some quick action there by the police officers to get down there and keep that situation from getting much worse. And hopefully, again, we keep our fingers crossed, we keep saying it, hopefully that will be the end of it. We'll have to wait and see how this evening progresses. But again, the officers are obviously ready to move wherever they needed to, and they moved quickly there. We saw some of them being loaded up into some vans. Again, the bicycles heading on down the street, so they got down there quickly to try to move the crowd out of that area as well. So as they continue to push them away, disperse them, smallfully diffusing all of this throughout the evening. Obviously, that is the plan here tonight and the strategy that they have been employing. And for the most part with success, because at least at this point we haven't heard of injuries. And if we get through the night with that being the case, we're going to count that in the positive category here tonight. You can see someone there in the frame, perhaps talking. Is it to an officer, Molly? I'm trying to.
It does look like talking, or at least calmly standing there. Again, that's a good sign. You know, Jamie, you and I end up talking with CMPD officers often about various things, and as you talk to officers, they will always say the difficult thing about being in a situation like this, and this is why they go through so much training, is that it can pop up anywhere. So you get this situation under control, but it is so fluid and it's so mobile. And you made this point earlier, Jamie, it just takes one officer or one protester to do something that can set off an entire crowd. And so the looting runs down to Food Lion, or possible looting, and so then officers must move there. So you have to sort of keep, it's like whack-a-mole, I had one officer describe to me once. It's like do this and then do this and then do this, and you just want to make sure that you're on the offensive and not defensive, is how officers will say it. But so often you don't know where things might be going and what the next step is. But this area here on Beatties Ford Road does seem to be under control. What wasn't under control more recently was the Food Lion a half mile away from this area. Our Paige Barroso is there right now. Paige, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay, great. So if we get to see some pictures of you, that would be good too. But if not, for now at least, if you can talk to us, talk us through what happened that you know and have confirmed factually about
protesters setting off fireworks with the...
I just got on scene probably about 10 minutes ago, and I talked with an officer who was blockading this Food Lion, which is behind me this way, and they tell me that for probably about 15 to 20 minutes, they say protesters were looting the store. They say inside the store they found bricks that were used to smash the windows, and again they said for about 15 to 20 minutes there were people inside grabbing things from that Food Lion store before police got here. And it's not just the only store that was looted here in this intersection, or excuse me, shopping center. Also next to a Total Wireless store. We're going to pan this way. You can see this was also looted. Looks like the front door was smashed using something, glass all over the front here. And several things, including products of this store, on the floor. And then on the other side of the Food Lion, it seems like another store was also looted. Not sure exactly what that store was, but there's glass on that side as well. Again, police have kind of controlled the scene. There are not protesters here in this area actively. There are dozens of cops trying to control the scene and waiting until people can get in there to that Food Lion and process this investigation of people breaking in during this. Now, to give some context, if you don't know the area of Beatties Ford Road or West Charlotte, this is about a little over half a mile away from the police station on Beatties Ford Road, where we were reporting live from recently, or just in the last half hour or so. So it seems like people moved down the road and came here. Again, police told me when I arrived on scene, they say protesters broke into this Food Lion using bricks to smash those windows.
Paige, I don't know if you'll be able to tell this, but were there any injuries? Was anybody hurt, officer or protester, or we've just seen some of the damage and the looting?
I have not heard of any injuries. Doesn't mean there aren't any, but I have not heard of any injuries so far. Again, there's no ambulances nearby, which would indicate maybe possible severe injuries. Again, I just spoke with police when I got on scene, and they just said looters were inside the store, but it seems like looters are not here anymore. We are getting some movement from the police who were barricading this food line right here. They look like they're moving to a new location. As I'm looking into the street of this intersection on Beatties Ford Road, I'm going to have our camera turn around and kind of zoom in. It looks like this bike group of police are moving towards that street, going towards a crowd. Again, we can't see too far away, but we'll head there next to see what is going on as we kind of learn more details about how this protest is moving down the road, down Beatties Ford Road.
So that's still Beatties Ford Road that we're seeing right there, Paige?
Exactly. So this food line is on the intersection of Beatties Ford Road. So it's again half a mile down the road from where we were at that Beatties Ford Road Metro Division Police Station. So we're pretty close, just a little bit down the street.
Okay, good. Go ahead, Jimmy.
I was just going to add, Paige, have you seen any arrests made in this area? As I can hear the squad is going off behind you. I don't know if you can still hear me, but were there any arrests made in this area?
Some car just came flying through the police line.
Actually, I'm letting that audio go because I was trying to hear that myself. Obviously, some sort of message is being given to the crowd. They're probably dispersed now, kind of a thing, something we saw earlier tonight outside of the police station.
They usually give that message, Jamie, first in English and then in Spanish.
It actually might be an alarm system, is what it sounds like, right? And they're saying, you know, this is being protected and cameras are in place, etc. That's maybe what that sounds like. Paige, can you hear us still?
Police have moved.
I think we may have lost Paige's communication at this point, but their camera there at one of the cell phone stores there, obviously some damage there and perhaps some things stolen.
Some kind of smoke.
This is the thing we were just talking about, Molly. We saw one picture, one image. It appeared to be calm. We got the sense that maybe things were winding down. But as we were talking about, as that crowd got pushed out and dispersed, where might they go next? This shopping center a half mile down the road appears to be that spot where many of them, or at least some of them, went and created some damage there tonight, and they cross over, you know, from a different category now, from protester into looter, and that is obviously disheartening for many in our community as we see those kinds of images. And even as that camera panned over and we could see all the bicycles there and the CMPD officers, if you could see in the distance there was still quite a crowd, looked like, on that intersection there. So still some folks, unfortunately, not ready to go home tonight. We hope they do soon. I'm sure the CMPD officers in that area and those business owners in that area hope they do soon as well.
Right, tension's high. Still, obviously, you could tell. What you could also see is that CMPD officers were letting people stand, letting people be. If you were there and you're welcome to be there, that is your legal right to be there. There was no massive amount of arrests or action happening, no tear gas, no police batons. It was police officers on bicycles that were watching and were being aware of what's going on and certainly keeping vigilance of the situation, but it wasn't heightened as far as violence or being told, get out of here right now, leave, you're not allowed to stay. That was none of that. We do not know if there are arrests with the looting. We will find that out. Paige said she didn't seem to think there were any injuries, no ambulance standing by, but 15 to 20 minutes of bricks inside a food line or inside a store, inside the Total Wireless, that is a significant amount of time to be able to get into a store before police officers arrived. And I think, Jamie, when we talked to Chief Putney earlier, he had a couple things he was saying and making his message heard. We're going to go back in case you missed it and you weren't listening about 10:30 to hear from Chief Putney.
Oh yeah, the anger came out fast.
Peaceful protest, and then it turned on us. We gave them Beatties Ford Road when they got to about 250 people. They started surrounding some of our officers. Took a bicycle from one of our officers, and at that point we deployed our CEU to establish order, and that's still what we're dealing with now. Crowd is significantly smaller, so we're still giving the order to disperse as we get the rest of the crowd to leave the area.
Do you know, Chief Putney, how many arrests have been made?
From the police or the
Not specifically yet, but several arrests have been made already.
And what are they for?
Rocks being thrown. We've seen
Mostly property and failure to disperse. But again, those are just, I don't have all the data yet. We're compiling as we speak, but that's mainly the charges that we have so far.
You said they turned on us. We gave them Beatty's Ford Road, but they turned on us.
We began to receive rocks thrown at us, bottles thrown at us. They started encircling some of the officers who were diverting traffic. And as I said, one of the police bikes was taken. They start pelting our officers with rocks and bottles, and we deployed CEU now. We deployed CEU to establish control, and that's still where we stand at the moment.
Okay, and the unit you're talking about is the civil unrest unit, and that is when it became an unlawful assembly, correct?
It's a very fluid situation out here. The group is much smaller than when it first started out in Hay. There was probably about 150
tonight,
people.
And we can address that as well to gain control and to protect people's lives and property.
And you would classify it as going a little bit sideways. I want to make sure we're not putting words in your mouth. How would you describe tonight?
Filling up with smoke.
I think very simply, damage to property. There were windows smashed, taking of property as theft, and throwing rocks and bottles at officers as assault. That's how I classify it.
What was your thought going into today, knowing the emotions across the country and you leading the police department for a big city?
I'm thinking what most big city chiefs think. We got to be prepared. We hope for the best, prepared for the worst. We're going to maintain the safety of our citizens, our officers, and property. That's our mission. And I tell you, I understand the frustration. I've been very clear on that. I haven't minced words, but we can't tolerate assaultive behavior. We can't tolerate damage to property, and we're not going to. So, unfortunately, that's what happened tonight here and other areas across the country. And we got to continue to be prepared as we move forward. I'm trying to make sure we have cooler heads prevail.
We don't see anything.
That was Chief Putney, and I know you heard that phone call earlier tonight too about 10:30. He kept mentioning the CEU. The CEU, that is police speak for the Civil Emergency Unit. And once the CEU, Civil Emergency Unit, declared an unlawful gathering, an unlawful assembly, that is when the arrests started happening.
Yeah, then they have the right at that point to ask you to disperse, and if you do not, you will be taken into custody. And even in that case, there weren't widespread, like mass arrests happening all at once. We talk about de-escalation several times here tonight, and you have seen, I think, some of that on display with the officers as well, showing patience with that. Again, slowly trying to get people to move away. They don't want to make arrests. They don't have to. They would love everybody to go home, have their say, and move on. You heard the chief say that in the interview as well. The frustration is real. He understands it. He feels it. He's been a part of it as a young man and now a police chief. But his job in this city, his mission, is to protect life and property, and that is their focus right now. And when he felt that the crowd was beginning to turn on the officers, as he put it, things were being thrown at them, that's when all this sort of shifted here tonight. Again, not widespread, not chaotic, nothing like 2016, but obviously in that particular moment, in that particular space, it was very tense and scary, as our Alex Giles reported, for a time. And then we saw some of that push down the street, some of that movement, and then unfortunately we now saw what happened at that shopping center about a half mile down the road from the police station there, where we have seen some vandalism, perhaps some looting inside some of those businesses. That part is certainly sad here tonight because, again, as the chief pointed out, protest, have your voice heard. We don't want things damaged. We don't want people hurt.
I think we have some live pictures to go back to, Jamie, and this is from Paige Peroso, our reporter who was outside the food line, and then we sort of lost audio communication with her, but her images are still live, and her images are very clear right now, and a lot of standing around. That is police officers with their bicycles, that is police officers in riot gear on one side of the street, and you have people on the other side watching. There's nothing being thrown. Traffic, in fact, is still moving. But it's almost like this line, this road, Beatty's Ford Road, is dividing the two sides. You have CMPD and then you have protesters. The good news is there is nothing being thrown. There is no tear gas from police. There is no rocks from protesters. It's standing around. I'm sure if we had audio, you could hear loud voices, but that is permitted. That is legal. It is a long night for officers out there trying to figure out where exactly to go next and what might be happening next, while giving the freedom to stand and protest if you want to. Our Alex Giles has been out there all evening long. He's been doing such a good job. Our crews are staying safe, and they are out there monitoring the situations, reporting what they're seeing and hearing. And Alex, can you hear me?
Screaming for her inhaler.
Yes.
Okay, good. We can't see, figure we'll be able to soon, but tell us where you are and what things are going on now. Okay, you're back where you've been.
The officers have not made any additional.
Yes, yeah, we're still along Beatties Ford Road, but we're closer to the Metro Division headquarters, the Metro Division Police Precinct that the CMPD has here in West Charlotte. And all night we've kind of been along this corridor of road, about 100 yards up and down from where the Metro Division road station is, up the block to where some of these cross streets are that intersect the main road. And right now there's not a lot going on, which is a good thing. The CMPD has been out here obviously all night. It started with that large group of people, those protesters who were out right in front of the police precinct, and things started to get a little hairy right around 9 p.m. when some objects were being thrown. There was some tension there. Police almost clashing with some of the protesters there. Never got very, very violent. There was some destruction of property. Again, items being thrown. There's some gas deployed by the officers here. But as you can see behind me, police have kind of pushed the protesters all the way back here, line by line, and the crowd eventually dispersed. Obviously, people went separate ways. We've heard about some of the looting that's happened not too far from this location. But officers have remained on scene, and they've kind of just been in a relaxed formation here. Just lines of officers, and I don't know if our photographer John Sparks can pan down the road just a tad. You can see that there are more officers actually down the road, and they're towards the Metro Division headquarters, and there's another line of police officers there. We've seen some transport vans come and pick some of those officers up and take them away from the scene. It seems like slowly but surely they're trying to reopen Beatties Ford Road for the drivers here. So again, the good news is haven't seen protesters here in some time now, probably about 25 minutes, and the group slowly just dispersed, and hopefully it stays that way. Guys?
Alex, if you get a chance to talk to any of those officers, you work with CMPD often on various stories as a journalist. If you get a chance to talk with any of them, they obviously seem more relaxed in this moment than they have been hours before. Let us know what they're saying, because they're all talking. They're all talking to their coworkers and their buddies about where things are happening and what they're hearing about our city, and if these protests will continue through the night, and if so, in what direction they might move.
Absolutely. If I get a chance to exchange any conversation with them, I'll definitely see what they have to say and try to report back.
Okay, Alex Giles has done a great job. Jamie's here now too, and he was watching earlier. He was saying about just sort of the tents and the difference and the images from what Jamie was watching you in earlier versus now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Things have drastically changed over just the last couple hours. It seemed like for a while there we were kind of reaching a boiling point, and it was a situation that didn't feel exactly safe. And that's when you saw a lot of the items that were being thrown at the police officers, and the police officers had to come out and try to get face-to-face with the protesters and try to kind of get them out of the area, and they managed to successfully do that. Jamie?
Worth pointing out too, Alex, when I came in here this evening, still warm and sticky out there. And those officers, you're obviously in the mask as you should be, not only because of tear gas, the pandemic we're dealing with as well, trying to play it as safe as everyone can, but those officers are in that gear that is heavy and weighted down, and obviously I know you mentioned earlier you saw plenty of water bottles strewn about as those officers were doing their best to stay hydrated throughout all of this as well.
It's unbelievable to see them like walking up and down the street here with all that stuff on. You got to respect that. And I sat down to take a break in between live shots. If I'm being completely honest here, just because my back was getting sore. But then you see them still standing out there in the gear, and I got back up. I was like, what am I doing? Look at these guys and these men and women. It's very, very commendable, and they're doing this obviously just to keep our city safe. It's impressive, and we are very honored to have these men and women defending our city.
And talk a little bit too, Alex, from what we saw earlier tonight and the restraint that it takes when someone is standing a few feet away from you, saying things that we would not put on broadcast television live.
Thank you.
That's a challenge, isn't it?
Oh, it's got to be. It's got to be. And you'll hear the officers, if you're close enough, they'll say some stuff to some of the people there, and they'll be like, stay back or move back. I saw one time an officer who had a kind of a bicycle kind of you know, they try to nudge people back,
You just,
but it's got to take a tremendous amount of restraint, especially when people are chucking glass bottles at you. Earlier in the evening, an officer was kind of warning us about our distance to the police and the protesters, and he was wearing a helmet. And he said, I've been hit a couple of times tonight with objects, and he was saying, I've got a helmet on. You guys do not have helmets on. You need to stay back because there are things out here that can hurt you. So to think that that's happening to them as they're just trying to, you know, keep the peace, takes a tremendous amount of restraint.
No question about it. Alex Giles there reporting live for us tonight. He has been there all night long doing terrific reporting there on the ground, keeping us up to date on all that has been happening here this evening. Alex, thank you for that. The mayor is just sending out a couple of tweets, I understand, Molly, is that right?
The mayor is tweeting just 1 minute ago, and she said, the ability to protest is a right of all Americans, and I support nonviolent activism for those who feel the need to do so. I want to thank the faith community leaders, civic leaders, and community activists who have reached out and offered assistance during this difficult time. We will be working with all of you in coming days and weeks. This is painful for all of us. She said some version of that live to us on the phone about an hour and a half ago, obviously still awake and aware, and everybody monitoring the situation of what's happening in Charlotte. And everyone, Jamie, it just bears repeating repeatedly that every official is saying, we understand the anger, we understand the frustration.
People throwing
the
stuff
controversial
at the
way
cops,
in which
backing
George
the cops
Floyd
up.
was killed by a police officer. Police chiefs around the country coming out and saying it is something that we feel as well. It's how you react to it.
An officer in that case in Minneapolis
just
charged today,
throwing
third-degree
stuff at the
murder
police.
and manslaughter, were the charges filed against that officer today. So the wheels of
really not
justice
safe
moving there in
anywhere down
Minneapolis. We heard the prosecutor there in Hennepin County, Minnesota, saying that more charges could be coming, and likely, in fact, perhaps against some of the other officers who were on scene as well. So things are happening in that realm. But again, as Molly, you pointed out, as the mayor has pointed out, the police chief has pointed out, the frustration is real, it's understandable. When you cross over a line, though, and start moving into violence and looting and vandalizing of police property and local businesses, that is something else, and that is something that they are trying to obviously get under control tonight. Our Paige Barroso has been following some of that situation, some of those businesses that faced some damage here tonight. She was back with us live, where we can hear those alarms going off behind you. Paige, what's the latest where you are?
Well, the police are now going into that Food Lion where we have been told that protesters looted the store. That was told to me by police officers on scene. They said that protesters came in with bricks and smashed the windows. We want to pan over and take a look. There are some officers who are nearby that Food Lion. They just started to kind of walk through the Food Lion and kind of look at the area, but it's not the only place where police officers are right now. Food Lion's across the intersection of Beatties Ford Road and Catherine Simmons Drive, and if we zoom into the street, we're about 100 yards away or so. There is a line of police blocking off this parking lot right now of this shopping center. Across the way are still a good group of protesters who are standing by, kind of waiting to see what happens. Again, not as big of a crowd as what we saw over at the Metro Division down the road on Beatties Ford Road, but still people congregating in this area, kind of waiting to see what happens, still having those conversations, discussing it. But again, not as many people grouped together in this intersection. You can see cars are still going by down the road on Beatties Ford Road. When we are closer to the Metro Division, cars were of course stopped as